You will bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me. I am Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight and friend of Captain Solo. Welcome to our Star Wars Fun Day. Today we're going to bring you all the Star Wars goodness that we can, and we're gonna have some special guests today. We might have my friend Hija of Twitch joining us later on, and we're gonna have Mr. Beckham joining us today on the panel, and we're gonna be nerds and talk about Star Wars. Yeah, and next to me is my co-host and a good friend and best friend, uh, Dave, aka Han Solo. So Han Solo, how you doing today?
How you doing, kid?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah, I left the Wookiee at home, so
Nice to have you. Nice to have you here today. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? So, how's the Falcon?
actually the Wookiee's washing and waxing it right now, getting ready to go on another run.
All right, I think it's time for my T-shirt reveal.
There you go.
Let's get this off. Stuck. There we go.
Oh, well, there you go. Very nice.
Can I get this up there? Yay. Once I get back here, stupid chair. All right. All right. Make me big, please. And now you can see my shirt. Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader, and there's my father, and there's me in a saber fight with my dad. I have daddy issues. He's trying to convert me to the dark side of the Force. And I don't want to take that route.
No.
Hello, Dark Wizard. May the Force be with you. Today is our Star Wars theme. So if you have any Star Wars stories, your first time you saw Star Wars, the original movie in 1977, tell us your stories about how Star Wars came into your life. Who's your favorite characters? What scenes you like in the movies? Could be all 9 movies, but I heard there's a 10th one coming out because I saw the preview for it yesterday, a little teaser trailer coming out in 2026. Episode 10. I can't believe we're getting that far into the universe. Well, that's going to be a fun one. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to show any of my Star Wars stuff just yet. We're going to wait a while till we get more people in here, because if we peak too soon, then there won't be much there won't be much of a show to do. So we're going to wait a while, and now we're going to ask Han Solo the first time he went to see the original Star Wars in '77. Let's find out his story. Han, take it away.
Went with some family members to see it. It'd been out about 2 months, I think. We saw it at the theater and stuff, and it was pretty exciting. It was cutting edge. Some people were kind of like confused by everything, and some people were in awe, and other people were just kind of like, oh, okay, just act like it was just another movie. But everybody had a good time, and it was good.
Yep. And now if only they would re-release on Blu-ray and DVD and 4K and all that good stuff the original cuts of the films of the original trilogy. I mean, we got all the special editions. They're all fine and dandy, but where's the original cuts? Lucas? Come on, George. Bring us back the original things that you had back in the day. I mean, so we can have both versions, because that would be nice. Just like the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, you have the theatrical cuts and then the extended cuts. So give us something like that. Give us what the fans want. We want the original cuts of the film.
There's a chance some of those original cuts might not even exist, because they weren't even sure that movie was going to be as popular as it was. And lots of times they would just reuse film, because film was pretty expensive. It wasn't digital like it is now. So it was very expensive. They just reshoot over whatever they could.
Yeah.
That's kind of like with TV. A lot of your favorite TV shows, it might have lasted a couple series. As soon as that series is over with, they tore down all the sets. Sometimes they burned them. Sometimes they repurposed them for other shows. They just didn't think there was going to be any need to hang on to any of that stuff.
Yeah. But, because in Return of the Jedi, there's one scene that I think when the Emperor's electrocuting Luke, and then Darth Vader's looking at him and he goes, "No." Well, why do you have to put that in there? That no it just does not work for that scene. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It was fine the way it was. Why does he have to put no in there?
I have no idea.
Like, George, what were you thinking there? I love you, George. You did some good Star Wars movies, but why did you have to put no in there? I mean, it just does not fit that scene. Just pick up the Emperor quietly, drop him down the shaft, and that's it. That's what we want. We don't want that big no in there because it just doesn't work. Or in A New Hope, when we see Obi-Wan coming for the first time, you hear him screaming, some Jedi scream or something. That's
Mm-hmm.
That was on the original. We don't need that. And then where R2, because I was watching some behind the scenes stuff on Star Wars yesterday, and R2 is hiding in that kind of rock formation. Then there's another rock right there that wasn't there in the original cut in front of him. But then you're figuring, how did R2 get himself in there? And there's this rock covering him to hide him a bit more. That doesn't make any sense. Hello, Stints. Happy birthday, my friend.
Happy
My
birthday,
friend
Stins.
birthday. And he's the one I was telling you about that was talking about Chewbacca, that he thinks why Chewbacca's a nudist or something like that, and how does Chewbacca know all these different things? So, Stints, if you rewind back a bit, you'll see that I found the shirt I want to wear today. It was in one of my drawers, so I found it. So I changed shirts. But why did they put another rock formation in front of R2 when he's hiding when we first see Obi-Wan? I mean, why an extra rock? It's stupid. You don't need it there.
Nah.
It just doesn't fit. But, this is the way Lucas envisioned things. And then you figure out, how the hell did R2 get in there? Hello, Mom. Well, Star Wars Day was yesterday, but we're celebrating a day late. And Jen is not here today, Mom, because she still has her arthritis bothering her.
Yeah.
So it's just me and Dave running the show today.
Hello,
Mr.
Pat.
Beckham,
Yeah,
Return of
her.
the Fifth. Yes, Return of the Fifth, Cinco de Mayo. All right, Mr. Beckham. Dave will put the link out for you, and you can come up and we'll have some Star Wars talk.
All right.
When I was doing this Friday, when I was scheduling it, I said, you know what? I have to text Danny to say I have to have Mr. Beckham on this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we must see him around.
Yeah. I said I have to have Mr. Beckham here because I know he loves his Star Wars. And it'll be nice, and I'll have the pleasure of bringing up our guest. Oh, and Mr. Beckham, when you come up, you have to change your name to a Star Wars name, because I want everybody that's on the panel to have Star Wars names today. I thought it would be cool. Okay, what's Dark Wizard saying here? Oh, I don't know. I saw Star Wars when I got the video and have the trilogies of films VHS that can't play. Need DVD of now. Saw Star Wars The Force Awakens on HBO the day. Have shirt of. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah. Well, we got 10 people so far. We're doing good. We're doing good for Star Wars Day. And later on, I'm going to tell you once we have Mr. Beckham up here, then I'll tell you my first time seeing A New Hope. But at the time when it came out, we didn't have a New Hope. It didn't say that in the when it scrolls. But what I love about the Star Wars movies, all three of the original films, it always opens with the Star Destroyers. And that opening shot of the first one, when you see the smaller ship and then you see and it's going back and forth, that wide shot of both ships going by, it's just fantastic in the first film. Hello, Jenny. May the fourth be with you, and Cinco de Mayo. Yes, welcome in, Jenny. Do you have your Star Wars
Hello,
story to
Jenny.
tell us? Tell us about the first time you saw the original Star Wars in '77, if you're old enough to remember that, which I'm sure you are. And soon I'll be telling you my story. I guess. I guess Mr. Beckham's getting some stuff prepared to show.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah, sounds
I'm
like it.
excited that he's here today. This is gonna be epic, people. Yeah. Well, I better grab me a cough drop here because I'm going to be doing a
Yeah.
lot of talking, so I gotta keep my throat all nice and lozenged up, if that's even a word. Well, I'm making that up now. Yeah, looking for my headphones, getting coffee. Sounds
Oh,
good,
okay.
bro.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're looking
Hello, Bill.
forward to this. Hello, Belle. It's still me, James. How you doing, Belle? Welcome in.
Yeah, you're asking about. I got my Star Wars shirt, but one of my cameras you can't really see it, but that's what it
Oh,
looks
that's
like.
cool.
So
Oh, I like that.
yeah, it looks like kind of like an old comic cover.
Or like that Star Wars disco thingy that they had back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. That's
So, Belle, when did you see Star Wars in 1977 when it first released in the theaters? Let us know in the comments below because we'd love to know your story about it. And pretty soon I'll be showing my stuff here. Yes, I have another T-shirt. Ah, shit! I just that fell on the floor. Oh, stupid record! Don't fall over.
careful there, James.
That was close. I almost went over too. Don't want to do that. I was 11 years old. My dad took me in Chicago. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Oh, I bet that was an experience and a half. Yeah. Well, we're waiting for our special guest to come up, and then I'm going to tell my Star Wars story when I went to see it for the first time. I was like, I think I was 8 years old in '77. Yeah. I told you in Kate's channel I had a crush on Luke. Yes, you did, Belle. Well, he's one of my favorite characters next to Han Solo, because that's why I want to be Luke Skywalker. The only thing I wish I had a prop for Belle was a lightsaber, like the green one that he created in Part 3 in Return of the Jedi, which was originally going to be titled Revenge of the Sith. And there are posters out there of Revenge of the Sith, and they're worth money if you can find one like that. I'd love to get that original title poster for Revenge of the Sith, but I just don't know where I can find one. But maybe Han can find out where I can get one. Let's not forget Chewbacca. I loved him too. Yes, Chewbacca is amazing too. Yes, he was. And I think Peter Mayhew passed away.
I think you did.
Yeah. Now we're going to go off topic for a moment because I want to bring this up to everybody. Let's bring up Mr. Beckham. Master Beckham. I like it. I like it.
There you go. Nice.
That suits you. So, as I was saying, we're just going to go off topic for a moment because I wanted to mention to everybody that another legend of rock just passed away April 30th. Dwayne Eddy. He brought you that twangy guitar. He did Rebel Rouser. Remember Rebel Rouser?
Oh yeah.
Dong, 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 dong. So we had that. So I just want to bring that up. My sisters and I had blasters to play with. So fun. I had the blasters to the Han Solo one, and I'd be like with my sister, going all over the house. So now that we have our special guest here, let's say hello to him. Hello, Master Beckham. How
Yeah,
you
good morning,
doing?
guys. How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very
You're doing
happy
good.
because AGK's not feeling well lately, so he hasn't been around, and he's got the biggest Star Wars collection we know. And I said, well, I need a special guest, so I asked Annie if she could contact you. I said, I know someone who would love to do this, and that's Mr.
Yeah.
Beckham. And
Well,
I really
happy what a day after the May the 4th, which is some people call it return of return of the 5th or something, right?
Revenge of the Fifth or something like
Yeah,
that.
something like the day after the 4th. But yeah, great to be here. Thanks for the invite. Um, I had a long Friday night due to the fact that I stayed up for the drop of the new Star Wars series that dropped at like 2 in the morning, or it was 2 in the morning for me. It was midnight in the West Coast, 3 in the morning East Coast. I'm not sure where you guys are, but yeah, I ended up staying up till like 2 in the morning um, for the new Star Wars series that dropped a couple days ago, or last night, or early morning yesterday.
Something about the Empire?
Yeah,
I haven't seen it
Tales
yet.
of the it was Tales of the Empire. So it was pretty good. I stayed up. My girlfriend stayed up with me, watched it, or she didn't watch it. She just stayed up, but I watched it. And I also joined a couple of watch parties I had online running at the same time. So it was a lot of fun to have it to be watching it with a bunch of people together at one time and sync. Everybody's like, "Yes, ready, all right, everybody, push play, ready, 5, 4." There's a countdown, and everybody pushes play at the same time. And there's a couple of podcasters,
Hello, Royce.
do
Welcome
the
in. We got Royce in the house. Royce, you wanna come up on the panel
do
and
the
tell us
live
your Star
trip.
Wars story?
Hmm.
You're more than welcome to join us if you want to come up.
So the poster you're looking for was Revenge of the Sith, you said?
Yeah, no, Revenge of the Jedi.
Oh, the Jedi. Okay, because I found that one there.
Yeah, because I want to find that original poster because that was the original title of Return of the Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday, Master Beckham, we watched on my friend's Discord, my friend BSF and the gang. We all watched A New Hope, followed by The Empire Strikes Back. And then I left them and I said, you know what? I got to finish the trilogy. So I went on Disney Plus and I watched Return of the Jedi. I said, if you're going to do it right, you got to do it right the first time. You got to watch all three.
You
I
already had
mean,
started it.
hey, Han, how you doing? And I have 7 episodes left to watch of The Bad Batch. I still got to finish that off. So if you've seen it, no spoilers.
Yeah, I've already. I keep up with all that stuff, man. It's like my getaway from
Yeah, I got to
from
finish it
regular
all.
life. I keep up with all that stuff. Yeah, and lately, in the last couple of years, there's so much lore out there.
Yes, that's
So
the
much
poster I
in
want.
between. There's like so much in between going on. Essence, the new show tells. I think it was what last year when they debuted Tales of the Jedi, which kind of covered a little bit of Ahsoka when she was a baby, and she was little, and also a younger Dooku, and his transition to becoming part of the separatist regime or whatever you want to call it. So that was, I think, last year. So this year, Star Wars dropped Tales of the Empire, which kind of covers a couple of stories in there, and in between setting up the Tron, the Thrawn return, when with the Ahsoka show, kind of goes back to season 2 of the Mandalorian, where Grogu, or is it season 3? Season 2 of the Mandalorian. So there's all these in between stories that they're kind of covering now, right? They're kind of
Mm-hmm.
bringing to the front. And,
Yeah.
and it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool to see a lot of people. There's going to be always a little bit of negativity out there in the Star Wars universe about how they should do this, they should do that type of thing. I'm just a huge Star Wars fan. I'm not a very big collector, um, like AKG, but like I just love it. And anytime there's new Star Wars, I get excited for it, and I'm present for it. I stayed up late last Friday night and watched the Tales of the Empire. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and they're connecting stories and they're connecting all the in between stuff to the main the main movie projects or the main show projects.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a lot of fun.
Well, Mr. Beckham, yesterday I was watching a whole bunch of different Star Wars behind the scenes videos on YouTube. And guess what? I saw the teaser trailer for the new Star Wars movie coming out in 2026. Rey's back.
Oh yeah.
The new Jedi Order, I think it's going to be called, if I'm not mistaken.
There's still a lot of speculation as to what I want to say that the script, the last I heard, the script was started and they were kind of midway through the script. I don't think it's done yet. Not completely finished. So there's not a lot out there yet. But we'll see what happens. It's supposed to be, yeah, you're right. It's supposed to be Rey, the new Jedi Order. I'm not sure if they're gonna give her own kids, right? I'm not sure if she's gonna have her own kids in the Order or somebody else's kids in the Order. But hopefully, the new villain. There has to be a new villain introduced, right? There's gonna have to be a new villain introduced, and I hope he's just badass. But we'll see. We'll see what they go with the new villain.
I got to look up something on Disney Plus so I get the title right. Once I find it, give me a second.
Let me see. Let me look up something real quick. The Last Jedi. That was the last movie, right?
No, it was The Rise of Skywalker.
Okay. I always forget the names. Yeah, that's right. The Rise of Skywalker. Okay.
Oh, I found a new poster, James. I don't know if you've seen this poster yet or not.
So John Boyega, people always wanted Finn.
Ooh.
Finn to also be a Jedi. So he might, like I said, they're keeping it secret. A lot of it's secret. I just know that that they were still working on the script. I don't know if they finished it yet, but they always wanted fans always wanted Finn to join Rey as a Jedi. And he might be an apprentice in the new movie. That's also a rumor, which I believe that the actor that played Finn, John Boyega, I believe he would be up for it. So I think he would be willing to do it.
So I forget the name of the show, but we have a new Star Wars series starting next month.
Yeah,
June
the Acolyte. Mm-hmm.
Acolyte, yeah. I saw the preview yesterday. It looks fantastic. Boy, I like that poster. Do you like that, Beckham?
Yeah,
That's a nice poster.
Can you name all the characters in there, James?
Well, there's Yoda, there's C-3PO, there's Han, there's Chewbacca, there's a Stormtrooper, there's Darth Vader.
Which Stormtrooper is that?
Who's the guy to the left of Darth Vader?
It's hard to make him out.
It looks like a Death Trooper.
And who are the two guys to the right of Vader?
I don't know who the two guys are. Is this like a funny poster? This is not.
I made it up. I took a Star Wars poster and added some things from Battlestar Galactica.
I was going to say.
Okay. Looks like Cylon.
Who's the guy next to Vader? Is that what's his face with the red guy with the what was his name?
Yeah, that's a Cylon where they got the light going back and forth.
Yeah.
And then this is the two guys from a Battlestar Galactica. And I even threw in a Twiki from Buck Rogers.
At the bottom, underneath Yoda?
Yeah, underneath Yoda, just right next to
I remember that.
C-3PO.
Yeah, I remember the little what was the little robot? Biggie, get down.
Yeah, this Twiki was his name.
Yeah, Twiki.
Yeah, it's the same actor who did Cousin It on the Addams Family.
Oh.
Howdy, Buck.
Yeah, I used to watch Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Yeah, that was cool. Well, since we have Royce in the house here, we got our special guest. I think it's time for me to show some of my Star Wars stuff. You ready, guys? Here we go.
There you go.
Please. All right. Now, as you know, I'm Luke Skywalker, and I have daddy issues with Anakin. So Anakin's my father. So as you can see, they took a selfie of us having our saber fight, and so now here is my dad with all his different um, expressions, if you will. Happy, angry, sad.
Nice.
We got sleepy, confused, cheerful, frustrated, excited, and proud. Well, I never knew Lord Vader to be a proud person. James,
You
why
know
does
how
your dad
you know
sound
how
like a
evil.
black man?
Do you know how evil he really was? I mean, like that's the thing about the lore and the them kind of putting the whole new these new shows, whether it's animation or real life people, movies, or where you don't really realize how bad Vader became until you really read the comic books or you see these shows. He was a really
Yeah,
bad dude, man. He became really, really bad.
I can imagine. So, you know,
Evil.
what makes a Star Wars movie, or any movie in general, with this guy doing the music? You can't go wrong with the John Williams soundtrack. So, a couple years ago, my sister got me this for Christmas. We have Star Wars The Last Jedi. Now, I know a lot of people say this is a crap movie, but you know what? I loved it because it focused around Luke Skywalker, and you get Yoda in there. And I just thought bringing back those memories of The Empire Strikes Back was just beautiful in this film. So then we have the back here, and I'll read you the titles because it's a two record set. So we have disc one, side A, main title and escape, Ock to Island, revisiting Snoke, the Supremacy, side B, fun with Finn and Rose, old friends, the rebellion is reborn, lesson one, Cantu Bite, who are you? Disc two, side A, the fathers, the cave, the sacred Jedi text, a new alliance, Chrome Dome, must be about R2, who knows? Or it could be BB-8. The Battle of Crate, Side B, The Spark, The Last Jedi, Peace and Purpose, and Finale. And then we have the gatefold, which I think is really cool. And then there's a book in here. Because James Earl Jones did the voice of Darth Vader, Christopher. So now we have Rey with her lightsaber. And we have Luke. We have BB-8.
They should have made Rey a Sith Lord.
You think so?
I think so. They should have left. They should have left Luke alone.
Finn and Rose.
Rather Rose.
Every rose has its thorn.
Did you watch Ahsoka?
Yes, I did. There's that little creature with Chewbacca. Forget what they're called. And you don't need to see the vinyl because we all know what vinyl looks like. Show you this goes. Yep, goes like that. Because I don't want to get a paper cut. And now we're going to go on to the DVD and movies. So the first thing we have, this is from my DVD box set, which I gave to my nephew, which now I'm kicking myself because these things are worth money. But anyway, at least I kept the special features disc. Bonus materials. And this one has that famous documentary, 2.5 hour documentary, Empire of Dreams. Even though I can watch it on Disney Plus,
yeah,
it's still nice to have a physical format of this thing. So next up, we have the movies themselves. Okay, let's start with the box set here. the complete saga. So we got Luke and Anakin on the front, Tatooine on the back. Same like this. On the back. Then we have the first movie, The Phantom Menace, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary. Then we have Attack of the Clones. Revenge of the Sith, which I love.
Is that your favorite?
I love Revenge of the Sith. It's so good. Rise, Lord Vader. A New Hope. The Empire Strikes Back, one of the darkest Star Wars films ever made, but one of the best. To Obi-Wan, you listen, yes? Then we have Return of the Jedi. There I am in another selfie with my father, having a lightsaber battle.
Do you think Luke beat Vader, or did Vader allow him to beat him?
I'm guessing that's the thing. There's Boba Fett.
Mm-hmm.
This is a special features disc, number 1. Special features disc, number 2. And then we have special features disc number 3. Now, I don't know what this is from, but anyway. Then you have all the characters. This is cool. And now we go on to the next one. Once I get this back in there. Whoops. Oh, go in there. Go in there. Okay. Now, next we have Rogue One, Star Wars story. And this is how they get the Death Star plans in this one.
Mm-hmm.
What was that noise?
Oh, I bumped my mic. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. So we got that.
Of course, you have the Darth Vader hallway scene in that one at the end.
Yeah.
That was so badass
Then we have,
when you first saw that.
and I like that Darth Maul's in Solo, a Star Wars story. And what I think was cool, that Ron Howard directed this one, which kind of surprised me. Then we have, of course, The Force Awakens. Which is cool. There's the back. Then we have The Last Jedi, which I think is really good. I don't care what people say. I love this film. I'm going to stick by it. Then we have the one we just previously talked about, Mr. Beckham. We have The Rise of Skywalker. And then, now we have some books, which I'm going to, first of all, I got to move this out of the way.
Now, do you have a special place for your collection?
Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, I do. Now, this was a nice find. So we have the New York Times bestsellers, the Star Wars trilogy, Star Wars by George Lucas, The Empire Strikes Back by Donald F. Glutt, and Return of the Jedi by James Caan, a $14.97 value, dollar value for American, and then $17.97 in Canada. Now only $5.99 in the U.S., and then in brackets it says $6.99 in Canada. So we got that.
Wow.
And this was when they re-released everything in 1997. And my mom was going to throw this out. I said, no, you're not. The Return of Star Wars. That's a nice shot there.
Yeah, because they were about to release the Phantom Menace, I guess, a couple of years later. So
yeah, 1999. Now
yeah,
let me find
the media was
he
was trying to get the media out there, he was trying to promote it out there.
Yeah, so we got The Force is Back. There we go. George
Nice.
Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, look, 3PO. We're on the front
I'm not
cover.
sure if it's true, but I heard he's coming back in a consulting manner.
And there's Darth Vader pointing at his daughter. There's Cy Snoodles. When I took out the Lafty Next song. And here's some pictures from when they put it. They were putting in the Mos Eisley to make it bigger, make it look better. And then there's Han and Chewbacca. And then we have Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Han Solo. And there you go. That's
Nice.
everything. So you can make me smile now? Yeah.
James,
Yes.
who is your favorite, like one of your favorite bad guys? I mean, of course, you have everybody likes the good ones, like Luke and Obi-Wan and Princess Leia. Who's one of your favorite bad guys? And it doesn't have to
Boba
be like
Fett.
a main character. It could be, one of them.
Boba Fett.
Well, he's good now. He seems to be turning. Do you like the fact that he's becoming a good guy now?
You don't really know with him if he's on the good side or the bad side.
You still think he's in the middle?
Yeah.
Well, he based on what his own, the book of Boba Fett, he's basically wanting to become the new warlord gangster guy.
Yeah. So it's really hard to tell if he's good on the good side or the bad side, You never know with him. Well, he did kill Biv Fortuna.
Yeah.
He shot him.
Yeah.
Because Bib was going to take over. And you notice in Return of the Jedi, like Silicious Crumb, when he gets hurt, he goes, Achiwawa. And even the Ewoks say that too when they get hurt. They say Achiwawa.
Speaking of Boba Fett, it's kind of odd or funny that in what the Mandalorian season 2, when Luke comes back to save Grogu, how imagine if Boba Fett would have came back and helped come back to help them out and cross paths with Luke, because Luke is the one that put him Luke was the reason that he fell into the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
That would have been, I always thought that would have been funny. Yeah, they were so close to crossing paths that would have been an interesting, and it could still happen. And I mean, they still could cross paths. I hope in the Mandalorian movie, we do get to see Luke, and of course, the whole gang is back. Boba Fett, Mando, Grogu, and then now with Mando working with, what's her name, the female Mandalorian.
I forgot her name now.
Yeah, the character. She had the sword, the saber. Yeah. So I want to see that cross. I want to see that the cross of paths between Luke and Boba Fett.
That would be really cool.
That would be cool, just to see them cross paths, even if it's just a one scene type of deal.
Now, Mr. Beckham, we have a little surprise for you. Yesterday, Dave sent me a little short video that he did when he was in town. Dave, would you show that video for us?
Oh, I gotta find it. Hang on here.
What's up? What's up, Dead Wax?
You're gonna like this one. I thought this was pretty cool.
All right. I was out running some errands, and let's see here. There we are. All right. Well, it's Saturday. Today's Saturday, May 4th. May the 4th be with you, as a lot of my friends like to say. So today's been pretty uneventful. Nothing's really happened. So let's see if we can run into something that might be kind of exciting. I don't know if we can find anything. Huh. So just a regular Saturday day, running some errands. Not a whole lot of stuff going on. Just just really good to see everybody, out and about. So yeah, just checking things out. Like I said, it is May the 4th. Oh, what's this? Looking short. May the 4th be with you all.
That's pretty cool, man.
That was pretty cool. Well, it's Saturday. Today's Saturday, May 4th.
Now, were you
Good
going
to be
into
with
the
you
comic
as
store, or did you just
one of
happen
my
to pass by it?
It's gonna loop. There we go. Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
you
well,
plan to go to the comic book store, or did you just walking by?
I actually drove by and I saw the people out in front of the comic book store.
Okay.
So I
Yeah.
parked and I tried to set it up to make it look like I'm just walking around. Just happened to bump into it.
That's awesome. That's funny. That's real cool. That
Well, I can tell
went
you're
all out,
smiling.
man.
I knew that was kind of set up, that there was something that you're going to reveal. I knew it.
Yeah. It was
And it
pretty
turned
obvious.
out pretty cool.
Yeah.
Before I tell my Star Wars story, how when I first saw the original Star Wars in '77, let's ask Master Beckham about his experience when he saw it for the first time in '77.
Oh well, no, I was really little, so I didn't really see it. I didn't really see Star Wars until I was more like first grade, second grade. And that's how I was introduced to it. And I think it was around the time of Return of the Jedi was coming out. I was too
Ah,
little to watch. Yeah, I didn't get to experience the whole, like right when it And matter of fact, I think I got to see all of them, just scattered. I didn't really see them in order or anything. I just remember being little, watching it on. I think that it used to be played on HBO because my grandma had cable, and
Mhm.
when I would go stay there on the weekends or something, um, I would catch like the opening. Remember, I was little, so I didn't really understand, but I always thought the opening scene where Vader. I remember that, right, when Vader, him and the stormtroopers come in, and they
yeah.
have that shootout scene with the rebel troops.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that being being a little boy and into like guns and action figures and stuff. That scene always captured me. I never really saw the entirety of the movie until much later, you know, 10, 11, 12, that kind of thing. But yeah, but by the time I started getting into Star Wars, the three movies were already out, the first three. So then I watched them in order after that. So unfortunately I didn't get to experience the whole nostalgia of the right and when they released those on opening night.
All right. See you later, Han. Have a good dinner.
But I did experience, the Phantom Menace that way, like the premiere weekend, the theater. Yeah.
Ah, that and Rocky 3. Rocky 3, yeah. Wow, you saw it 10 times in the theater, Randy. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, I remember I was like 8 years old in
Mhm.
'77. And we were in this mall. I forget what mall we were in. I was with my dad and my sister, and my dad got a newspaper and he was folding it over. He was looking for, like the movie section. And he says, okay, there's a movie that's out that I'm going to take you kids to see, and
Yeah.
you're going to love it. It's called Star Wars.
Hmm.
And he'd never seen it himself either. I said, Star Wars? This
Right.
sounds interesting.
Right.
So my mom didn't like it too much. She didn't like all the sci-fi
Oh,
and that.
so your mom was with you guys? So it was
Yeah.
a family, like y'all were as a family in the mall? Okay, gotcha.
So we went into we found the theater. We
The
found out
mom
the
better like
showtime that we're gonna go watch it.
Yeah.
We get in there, and when I saw the 20th Century Fox logo, I was like, okay. Then when it went to a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I was like, ooh, this, like, I'm 8 years old. I don't know what I'm going to expect. Then
Right.
you see Star Wars
With a
come on.
ship,
Bing.
the very first, right after the Star Wars thing, boom. Then you see this huge ship. The very first scene kind of captures you, right? Because remember they're chasing each other. I think that's the first shot, right? I believe.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a great shot. The way the camera pans
Hmm.
across the ships, and
Right.
then when it goes dun 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 dun
Hmm.
dun dun
Right.
dun 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 dun,
It's all
that
part of it,
when you
man. It
see the
all
ship being
captures you.
pulled
Yeah.
up,
Right.
that then all the rebels are getting ready with their
Yes.
guns, and then
Yeah.
and then all the troopers come in. I was sitting in the theater like, wow, and
Right.
then I had goosebumps when Darth Vader first comes through all the smoke and he's coming in here and he's walking around. It's like, whoa, what's this? And I just thought it was fantastic. I was like, whoa, I love this. And of course, everybody cheered at the end when they blew up the Death Star and that. It was exciting. Were you a Star Wars character at Halloween? You know, Jenny, I don't remember. I think it was Darth Vader. Yeah, it was Darth Vader one year. I had a Darth Vader mask. I had the cape and everything. And yeah, I remember going as Darth Vader. What about you, Beckham?
Oh man, was I a Star Wars character? It whenever I was like, I don't. I'm trying to remember. I think He-Man and remember it was after the fact. Remember it was kind of after.
Yeah,
Yeah, so after the fact, it was by that time because I think Star Wars stalled. Okay, so Star Wars was and I've gone back and I've gone on like YouTube and looked at those videos where it released in '77, right? And all the excitement, and then Return of the Empire Strikes Back 1980 and Jedi. You go back and people have put these videos on YouTube, and you're seeing all the hype, and you're seeing all of the excitement of premiere weekends. See, I was unfortunately I was too little for that.
yeah,
So by the time I was like 7, 8, 9, 10, that kind of age, it was all of unfortunately it was for me for the at that time it was all He-Man and G.I. Joe and that kind of stuff. So Star Wars had already passed that whole because I mean seriously, man, for a while Star Wars kind of went silent there for a while. I mean, it was late 70s into like 83, a little bit into like maybe 84, 85. And then there was, after that, it was really, unless you were just an absolute fan, you'd had to read books. And there were comic books, right? And there were stories, but not necessarily on the cinema. So by that time, it was, for me, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, it was fun, but it was like He-Man and G.I. Joe really wasn't the Star
yeah.
Wars stuff. So I didn't dress up as a Star Wars character, no.
No.
Mm-mm.
Well, I remember when the Phantom Menace was released.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
like a week before. My dad and I stood in line, and it
Yep.
was a big lineup to get tickets. Well, it wasn't when it hadn't come out yet, but we got our tickets in advance for opening night. I said, Dad, I've always wanted to do a Star Wars premiere opening night.
Right.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but it's not going to be like the original Star Wars, but it's the beginning, Dad. I want to see it. It's directed by George Lucas. I have to see this. And so my dad and I stood in line. We got the tickets. The following week, we got there, and we had some good seats when we sat down. And my dad and I both loved it. We thought it was a great movie. We thought it was like the Duel of the Fates, like the scene with Darth Maul when they had the battle with him.
Yeah.
I thought that was just fantastic. But you know what? The only thing they could have got rid of was Jar Jar. Jar Jar using
There's
the
there's
boomer.
a mixture of things with that's a mixture there. Some people think he's the comic relief in the movie. Some people think he's annoying. Some people think he's okay to be there. And then you have other people that just hate the fact that he's even in the movie. So yeah, but that's a mixed bag right there with him, with that character of Jajo.
There's always a bigger fish. Remember
Yeah,
that line?
yeah, that's true, which is true.
Now, to this very day, okay, I've watched Empire so many times. I get the storyline, but the only thing I don't get is when Yoda says to him, "Remember your failure at the cave."
Hmm.
How did he fail? Your weapons, you won't be needing them. When he goes into the cave, well, what was the whole purpose of that?
Well, I mean, I think that can be interpreted many different ways, and just depending on how you see it. Now, see, lately I have found a comic book series that really captures um what was going on between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Okay, so in between there, Han, Princess Leia, and Luke do a lot of in the comic book series. There's a lot of missions that they do, right? And they actually run into Vader a couple of times. Um, but the whole time Luke is struggling with like learning to become a Jedi. He's really struggling. He struggles a lot in that comic book series, in those within those missions, and the belief in himself, to that he can actually become one. Princess Leia is always in that comic book series. She's always trying to give him, she's right there trying to boost his confidence all the time. There's a couple of times, see, Vader has ordered to kill Han Solo and Princess Leia. He just wants Luke, as I think he starts to feel there's something about Luke, because he knows that Luke was the purpose of destroying the Death Star in A New Hope. So he wants Luke. He doesn't know why he wants Luke. He just knows that there's something special about him. Okay. And then it goes into Empire Strikes Back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that whole time, what you're talking about, so remember, he's struggling with the confidence thing. So, and then if you
Hey,
see his
Roger.
comic book series, you see how he needs to overcome fear. He needs to overcome, and basically, it's not a fear. It's not a fear of being scared. It's a fear of failure. Okay, so it's almost like he's trying. He has to conquer the fear of failure and become confident enough that he can actually become what he's supposed to become. So when Yoda puts him through that test without any weapons, it's not necessarily facing the fear of any of Vader or anything. It's just the fear of being able to overcome your own doubt, your own self-doubt. And that's why he sees the face of himself scared. Remember how the mask opens?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost like you have to overcome your own self-doubt, you to gain the confidence to be that master Jedi that you're trying to become. So
So that
yeah,
could have
and
been.
like in the beginning of the show, I was telling you, you have a lot of side stuff going on, and they're trying to catch you up on these stories in between the movies, with the tales of the Jedi, tales of the Empire. They're giving you the backstory so that you can understand where the writers were and the storytelling is with the movies. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what it makes complete sense now, because the whole time Luke is struggling in these missions. Um, and they kind of fight against Vader a couple of times. It wasn't. You remember in the Cloud City? You know how they come.
Yeah.
Now, if you go back to Cloud City, it's not like a this huge shock that Vader's there. If you go back and look at Han and Princess Leia's reaction, they're like, "Oh crap, he's here," right? It's not like, "Oh my God, it's Darth Vader." Oh, they've already had a couple of they've already fought him a couple of times before. So it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
a complete shock that he's there. They're just like, oh, damn, not you again. It was like, if you go back and you watch that kind of reaction, it's like, oh, okay, it makes sense. So because they've already fought him a couple of times, and they've almost been captured a couple of times, into where Vader ordered their deaths, but he wanted the boy preserved. He
Well, they
wanted the
did.
boy saved. For some reason, he just felt something there.
Well, they did want Han Solo still around because they backed him up with carbonite.
Well, there's yeah, no, well, hold on, well, yeah, because that was his way to the boy, yeah, and yeah, that was his way to the boy. He wanted to trick them, so that's a whole setup on itself.
Yeah,
There's a whole setup in itself when he has Han Solo frozen. Yeah, there's a whole side story to that involves Jabba the Hutt and the Hutt cartel. And I was gonna tell you one of my favorite villains is Jabba the Hutt and the Hutt cartel, because they were just gangster. They were true gangsters, man. And Jabba the Hutt, as you learn more about his lore, yeah, that guy. I mean, he put a lot of people to death, or a lot of aliens to death. Yeah, too. Yeah, a
So
lot of
he's kind
people
of like the
killed.
mafia.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So Jabba wasn't just this like fat, he had all that stuff on his face. And no, he was actually a pretty good what do you call it? I mean, he had a pretty good military mind. He
Yeah.
always got himself, yeah, because he also had to go. He has a pretty amazing backstory too, to where he was in situations himself, and he was able to get out of situations, and he becomes the lead gangster of the Hutt cartel, and he actually loses. So what do you call it? Han, when he's frozen, and in between the time that he takes him from Vader. I'm talking about Boba Fett. I'm sorry, Boba Fett. Boba Fett loses him. He's stolen. Han Solo is actually stolen from him, and he's auctioned. Do you know this story?
No, I didn't know that
Oh
story.
yeah. So Han Solo. I mean, so Han, a frozen Han. So Boba Fett has him. He has him in his ship. He goes and fight and does. He needs money, so he goes and fights. He goes and does some kind of battle tournament. And while he's in the battle tournament, somebody's Crimson Dawn basically steals him. Somebody steals him for the Crimson Dawn. Remember Crimson Dawn? So you're having to go back to the Han Solo movie, right? Remember,
Okay.
that's the establishment of the Crimson Dawn.
Yeah.
Because yeah, through Darth Maul. But after Maul dies, what's her name? Look, what's her name? She takes over. Let me look it up real quick. Han Solo movie. The character name, the girl. I don't know all everybody's names. Kira, played by Emily Clark.
Hmm.
Yeah, Kira becomes head of the Crimson Dawn. She actually, so basically, Crimson Dawn has Han Solo, and there's actually an auction for him. Okay, and Jabba the Hutt is pissed, but he's like, "Fine, we'll bid him, whatever." So he actually has to
Hey,
outbid,
Darren.
So Jabba the Hutt has to outbid people for something that was rightfully his in the first place. And then Vader comes, and basically, I won't ruin everything, but yeah, you need to look that up. I won't ruin Vader and Jabba actually have a face off over Han Solo, and then he ends up, of course, and then Return of the Jedi happens. So yeah, man. So the whole Han thing. There's like a whole side story to that. He doesn't go from the Empire to the hands of like uh Boba Fett, and then right straight to Jabba's palace. There's a whole ordeal that happens in that. So it's not an
Ah,
easy transfer. Yeah, you need to
wow.
look that up, man. There's
I
a whole
do.
other side stories to that.
Oh, I can imagine. That is an interesting story.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty interesting because Jabba and Vader actually have a face off.
they do.
Yeah.
Ah,
Vader shows up with like 50 troopers into Jabba's palace. It's pretty interesting. Or not, is he that was before. Either he shows up to the auction, and I won't ruin it, but there's a lot of action that goes along with that, of course. So it's pretty
wow.
interesting.
I'm learning something new today.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is really amazing. I didn't know that story. Yeah.
Yeah, but so
And
anyway, so Jabba's like my favorite bad guy.
Darth Maul. It's where the Sith Lord shop. I
That's funny.
don't think so. That would be cool if they had a place like that. Yeah, but if you noticed, in the original Star Wars movies, do you remember when they're in the sandcrawler with the Jawas? Remember
Hmm.
when 3PO's sitting there and there's that creepy looking robot leaning against the wall, shaking it, going back and forth like this? Well, if you see that, you're going to see that same robot or droid, whatever you want to call it, in Return of the Jedi. When R2's being um, prepared for the master sail barge,
Hmm.
right over in the left hand corner, you see
Hmm.
that same droid from
Yeah, it was Tatooine, right?
yeah, and
From
his
yeah.
arms up like this, and 3PO's right next to it with his arm up the same way. That's the same droid that we saw in
Hmm.
the Jawa Sandcrawler.
Well, like in A New Hope, right? In A New Hope, the whole time that we're being introduced to Luke on Tatooine, Jabba runs Tatooine. That's his planet. Okay, yeah, Jabba, and that's why if you go look at the new version, there's that scene with that Lucas put in there with Jabba and Han Solo, where he's after he kills what's his name in
Bye,
the
Belle.
cantina
Love you. See you soon.
he runs into Jabba and Bubba Fett's right there on the side, right? And he's like, "Hey, where's my money?" Or yeah, "Where's my," that whole scene where he's like, "Why do you drop shipments on the when you went on him, when you're close to Imperial whatever however the line goes, So yeah, so Lucas puts Jabba in there in A New Hope in that new version. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Tatooine was Jabba's planet. I mean, he owned that planet. He ran that, and he was running I'm sorry, the Hutts were running it when Anakin is a slave, or in the Phantom Menace. If you go back right before the pod race, the one of the Hutts, I don't know if it's Jabba or one of the Hutts says, "Hey, on your mark to set," that whole go, and spits one of those little lizard things that they eat, and it hits the bell or hits the thing, and that's when
hmm,
they start the race. So yeah, so basically the Hutts owned Tatooine, even back when Anakin was a slave. Yeah,
now,
so the Hutts.
Stints, if you're still watching, I'm going to ask my friend Mr. Beckham here a question, and then you'll get a little backstory on Chewbacca. How far back does Chewbacca go?
Jeez, I think he's old. He goes back a ways. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's lore there that where him and Han meet up somehow. Right.
Because my friend Stints, when we were watching Empire Strikes Back on Discord last night,
Mm-hmm.
he was in the side chat talking, texting us and saying, it doesn't make any sense. Why don't we see his you know what's his private parts? Is he nude? Why is he nudist? Why doesn't Chewbacca wear pants? How
I
does he
don't.
know all the stuff he knows? How can he shoot a gun? How can he pilot a ship? How
Okay,
does he know?
so well, remember he has his own backstory too. So you'd have to research the lore on Chewbacca. Now in the movie Solo, remember they meet. They're both captured.
Yeah.
They meet and they both help each other escape wherever they're captured, and that's how they become friends. So before that, Chewbacca already had his skill sets. He was already dangerous, and I think Chewbacca was a pretty dangerous dude, if you want to say. Like before that, he had he had his own battles, right? He had his own
Mm-hmm.
stuff going on. He was just captured, and Solo gets captured, and they're both chained together, and that they help each other out and escape, and then that's how they become friends. So you'd have to go
Ah.
back and watch that movie, the
Yeah.
Solo movie, yeah. But Chewbacca has his own backstory, his own lore. You'd have to go research that, yeah. But he was already a bad dude before that.
Like, are we talking Hitman kind of vibes?
I don't think he was a hitman. I just think he just knew how to defend himself and do all that kind of stuff.
You could be onto something there, Darren. Chewie's parents must be really old in the Christmas show. Oh God! And the worst part about the Star Wars Christmas special, we don't get any friggin' subtitles. We don't know what the hell Chewbacca and his family were talking about.
Did you watch that? I think it was premiered with a lot of hype, but a lot of people were disappointed. Is that true? Do you remember that?
I saw it as a kid, and
Yeah.
well, I was excited because it was Star Wars, but then when my friend JJ put it up on his Plex account, and I watched it again, I was like,
Do you
I
remember
liked
it?
this as a kid. This is a piece of crap. Why am I watching this again? It doesn't make
That's
any
what I'm
sense.
saying. That's what I'm saying. It was. I think it had a lot of hype behind it. I might have seen it in passing as a little kid, but I didn't really watch it. You know.
But George Lucas is very embarrassed about that thing. He never wants it to get a Blu-ray or DVD release. He doesn't want it
Was it
released
that bad? I've
anywhere.
never seen it. I mean, why was it so bad? It had Boba Fett in it. Boba Fett was a man. I'm telling you, whenever Empire Strikes Back, was it? Yeah, was it? Yeah, when that movie, because I've seen the documentaries about where, and I'm talking about the history of the premieres and stuff, right? When Empire Strikes Back happens and he appears, everybody was blown away.
Danny!
Everybody was blown away, and they're like, "Who's this cool-looking guy? He's cool." Like, there was not much information about him. So he was kind of like his character to where he had a lot of mystery behind him. Not very many lines, just one or two lines, right?
Yeah.
It's when he talks to Vader about don't kill him or something like that. Right. So he had a
Look
couple
who's
of
in the
lines.
chat.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah.
Hello, Danny.
Yeah, well, you know that little cartoon part from that show was, it's actually on Disney Plus.
I've never seen
that
it.
cartoon.
Yeah. I've never seen it.
Well, you should watch it. It's pretty decent.
What do you think of this, James?
My theory is that the Wookiee is what the Ewoks call Bigfoot. Chewbacca is from a planet of Bigfoot type creatures. They were trained by Navy SEALs or something.
That's where he got all his skills.
Yeah, he was a badass before.
Yeah.
Well, he comes from the planet Kashyyyk, which is
Yeah.
mentioned in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
So that's where Chewbacca is originally from.
And they were remember Yoda in the what was the movie?
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, they're you see them, right? You see the
He
species.
says, and this is the mighty Chewbacca.
Yoda uses them to fight. Remember? I think don't they save him? Because remember the clones turn. Yeah. And they all had different coats, different hair coat, different coats of hair, colored coats of hair. Some had black, some had brown, light brown, different colors.
Yeah, just like Bigfoots in the world, they have different colors depending on the region they live in to help camouflage with the surroundings.
Yeah,
there you go.
Here's a disturbing thing I found, James, if you want to see this.
Okay.
Let's share this here. Not sure if you're aware of this, but there are claims that Star Wars borrows from Dune.
Really?
Yep.
Which one was written first?
Dune was written first.
Damn it.
Sorry to rain on everybody's parade here. But make this a little bit bigger here so you guys can see it. Hopefully, is that not too big? Okay, that's good. So we have, for starters, we've got Tatooine and Arcus, which are desert planets. Luke lives on a desolate, inhabitable desert planet. Paul Atreides, I can't even pronounce the name. I can't even talk to you. Sorry. He lives on another planet called Arcus. Both sandy planets feature central to the plot of the story, where our respective heroes receive their call to destiny. Moisture farmers. Luke's uncle was a moisture farmer who implants devices to draw moisture from the atmosphere. On Arcus, a device called Dew Collector has the same function. We have sand crawlers in Dune and Star Wars for different purposes. So the Jawas used the large vessels that are left over from forgotten mining area long ago. In Dune, the people use sand crawlers to mine the drug spice. We have sarlaccs and sandworms. And then we have spice in both Dune and Star Wars.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, so and it's funny because you grow up, you hear Lucas's name and how he wrote it. He didn't necessarily write he
He
had
was strongly inspired.
well, he had the ideas. He hired. He was a director. He's always been a director, right?
hmm
Now he gave the ideas to a couple writers, and they're the ones that write the script. He would then see the script and be like, I don't know. I don't know if I like it. He'd be the one, the final say, right? He had the final say. So, yeah, I mean, he didn't necessarily write the actual story. He was just the overseer and creator of this overall story. And
Yeah.
to me, that's a big difference because to
Mhm.
write the script, like you're literally writing everybody's lines, and you have to remember what they. I
Exactly.
can't imagine being a script writer. I'm pretty sure it's hard because you have
Yeah.
to remember people's or the characters' personalities, and then word how they would talk and think
hmm
about what they're talking about within that line to script
hmm
write the whole thing. So yeah, he always hired a couple of script writers,
Hello,
and
Rochelle.
if he didn't agree with it, he would just change it or just tell him, hey, go back and tweak it here, tweak it there. Because man, the original story was a lot different than what came out in the movie. You know the final product.
Yeah.
It was changed a few. It was changed a few times actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that doesn't surprise me. But there's a lot of similarities there.
Yeah. Empire meets Imperium. Princess Leia and Princess Alia's character marry each other. Main characters descend from villains. You've got Paul and the Princess are grandchildren of Vladimir Harkonnen. The Star Wars Force versus the Dunes, The Voice.
Hi, Zara.
So
Beckham,
don't
do
you
you
and I
know this
know?
Shelley
There's a lot of
person?
There's a lot of stuff. It's like, okay. All right. So anyways, I'll stop sharing that. So
Oh yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Ah, well, Shelley,
Hi, Shelly.
let me make you a mod. I'll give you a wrench.
hello, Shelly. So
Add as moderator.
Okay, so she's here real quick. So I wanted to let you know, James, that how I got her to see the series. I was thinking she's never seen Star Wars, so I got her to start off with a Phantom Menace, right? So right now we've seen a Phantom Menace, and we just finished the one after. What's it called? I always forget the names of the movies. Um, what's the
Well,
one after?
Shelley, I'm James, and this is my co-host Dave. That's our real
hello.
names. We're just portraying our favorite characters from the movie. You're welcome.
Attack of the Clones. We just watched Attack of the Clones. Okay, so I told her that
Of course you can, Sarah.
I told Shelly, I was like, look, there's a lot that I was telling Shelly. So I got her to start with episode 1, The Phantom Menace. We just watched episode 2, Attack of the Clones, but I was telling her that in between Attack of the Clones and episode 3, which was Revenge of the Sith, there's the Clone Wars, right? And like there's all these missions that Anakin and Obi-Wan go through, and Anakin even gets his own apprentice in Ahsoka. But I was thinking that if we watched episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, how I would want her, I'd have to go and get her to at least watch some of the what happens in the end, okay, in the Clone Wars season 7, and also Kenobi, where it shows what happens and don't ruin it, James. Don't say what happens. She hasn't seen it.
I won't.
Yeah, so I was thinking about
Hey, Swanson.
I was thinking about doing it that way so that she can see the revolving aspect to how episode 3 Revenge of the Sith ends, including some of the Clone Wars season 7, some of Kenobi that just came out in 2 years ago now, so that she could see that part of it, and then she could go back and see the Clone Wars, because the Clone Wars, for her to watch the entire 7 seasons of the Clone Wars, then to get up to episode 3, that could just be a long road. There's just so many. There's a lot of episodes to see.
And then there's the Clone Wars cartoon movie first that
right,
came
exactly.
before the series.
Yeah, right. So I don't.
Or they have to save Jabba the Hutt's baby.
Yeah, so I don't. I have to I was telling her I think we should just do it the way I'm thinking. Just that she just watches the movie, then she can go back and watch the Clone Wars on her own.
Yeah.
But show her from the different sides of how the
Mhm.
ending happens with Return of the Sith,
Oh, let's see what Zara has to say here.
Revenge of the
When I
Sith.
was younger, I collected Lego Star Wars set. I had a bunch of them, but they are somewhere in my house. Other one I played with my childhood close best friend, lightsaber, and got hit on my face. Oh no. Gotta be careful with those things. You can take an eye out with those things. Shelly, if you like, if you want to come up and join us on the panel, if you're not shy, you're more than welcome to join us if you like.
So when you guys were little, you all like played outside with guns and play guns and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I used to pretend to have a lights, and now there's lightsabers. Now these kids have everything. Your parents can purchase these lightsabers for them, and they won't break. They can sword fight, and they don't break or nothing like that. Man, I used to take a fleshlight and pretend, you know how you would turn it on and be like, shh, make the noise and pretend I had a lightsaber with the hand with the flesh. Yeah, that's what I used to do. That's what I used to use as my lightsaber. It was a good old flashlight. Pretend that there was
Oh, that's cool, Sarah.
a lightsaber there.
Yeah. Well, you know those beanbag toss things where you throw it into the hole there, the games like that. Well, what in 1983? Okay, this is after we just all seen Return of the Jedi. So
Yeah.
we're all playing Star Wars in my backyard with the little action figures, and we're trying to recreate the scenes from the Sarlacc pit. We had the beanbag toss thing with the hole, and we were pretending that was the Sarlacc pit, and we're all trying to get all the Star Wars action figures to fall into the pit. And that was fun.
I mean, I know that the action. See, that was a different time. So you're talking about pre-video games and all that, where action figures was the thing, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a whole documentary. There's a few documentaries on the action figures
Oh, you're welcome,
and
Shelley.
toy lines of Star Wars. How they would just, you would see it everywhere. You'd see it on remember lunch boxes
Yeah.
back when lunch boxes were a thing. You used to see it on, of course, the action figures, anything like, and there was so much backpacks,
Mhm.
shoes. I mean, it was everywhere. You don't see that kind of stuff anymore, really. But
Mm-mm.
No. Uh,
yeah, it was a lot of fun being a kid, man, during those times. I'm pretty sure.
this is Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, right here, Zara. That's Luke. Because
Yeah, he's
he
my
is the
favorite
Jedi Knight.
character. Just like I'm pretty sure everybody's. But Jabba's my favorite bad guy, but Luke's my
Oh, yeah.
favorite good guy.
Actually, I don't have my hoodie on, Zara. This is just my sweatshirt with a T-shirt over it. There's Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker in their lightsaber battle from Return of the Jedi. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to explain to Shelly last night when we were watching Attack of the Clones that some of these Jedi's tap into you're not supposed to, but they tap into the dark side. Uh, Windu did that a lot, and so did Dooku. As you can see, do you remember? So do you remember like I had her watch this last night. I actually had her watch Tales of the Jedi last night after Attack of the Clones, just to get a little bit of a backstory on Dooku. But in the in the in that series where you see a young Dooku, he taps into the dark side. There's a scene where he almost kills this, he almost murders well, not I wouldn't necessarily say murders because he got attacked first, but he almost kills a senator. Do you remember? Did you watch that? Did you watch Tales of the Jedi like when it came out last year?
I don't think I've seen that yet. I should.
James, what are you doing? You're like lagging on all this stuff.
Well, I've been watching Ahsoka, I've been watching Andor, all the other stuff, but I just didn't get around to that one.
Yeah, Star Wars Visions was also good.
Yes, you can, Sarah, but you'd have to be on the panel to change your name. But you can call yourself a Star Wars name if you want in the chat. No problem. And Zara's asking, do you like Dooku? Yeah, Count Dooku was cool.
If you start to see his transition towards the Separatists, you can almost understand that, like, the Jedi, and it's kind of weird. The Jedis were not there was a lot of second guessing of what they stood for and what they were actually doing. And Dooku's backstory tells that pretty well. Like, he starts to second guess the Jedi, what they're really about, and why can't society or the galaxy be a certain way to where it stops people from suffering. He has the same thought process that kind of Anakin did, right? As he went through his progression. So do you see that in that show, to where his backstory on how he got towards where he ends up helping the Emperor and becomes his apprentice, I guess you could say.
Now, remember Revenge of the Sith when they crashed the ship and they were going to save Dooku? Why did Palpatine say to Anakin, "Kill him"?
Well, because he already wanted the whole time. He didn't think Dooku was gonna be the best number two that he could have had. Remember, Darth Maul was his number two, was his apprentice, right? Of course, he dies. He wanted Dooku to be Dooku does become his apprentice, but Dooku wanted to on the side. Remember how in Attack of the Clones, Dooku tells Obi-Wan to join him, and they could take over, and they could take the Emperor out, or the Sidious out. At the time it was
Yeah.
Sidious. Yeah. So before he became the Emperor. But yeah, I mean, Dooku always had plans to take over. I just don't think. I think eventually, the Darth Sidious, or however you want to call him, the Emperor, when he becomes the Emperor, realizes that, or I'm sorry, he always thought that Anakin would be his. He just foresaw it, that Anakin had the potential to be the best apprentice. Before, he didn't anticipate what happened at the end of in the Return of the Sith. He didn't anticipate that to happen, but he felt that Anakin would be the best apprentice. So he didn't feel he could do what he wanted to do with Dooku there. So that's why that happened.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, man, Sidious had this whole thing planned out. It's pretty interesting. We need a Sidious backstory, like his younger years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we really need. A lot of fans want his backstory told, because
And I want a backstory more deeper into Anakin's past. Like, who was his father? How was he born?
Well, that's where Lucas puts it, to where wasn't he like Jesus like?
Like Immaculate Conception kind of thing?
Yeah, that's why he was supposed to be the chosen one. The Force created him.
Oh. Because he had the most midi-chlorians.
Right, exactly.
According to
right.
Qui-Gon.
Yes. So basically the Force, I mean, that's how Lucas left it. That's how he wrote it, and I don't think that's going to change. I think that's how he wrote it. The Force created Anakin. And that was how he was supposed to bring about. He was the chosen one and all that. So Anakin does not have a father.
Okay.
He came from the Force. That's how.
Now, the Tusken Raiders, the Sand People.
Yeah.
Are they kind of working for the Hutts?
So the thing and the side stories that you learn, that I just actually really found out within the last couple of months with these side stories. So the Tusken Raiders had a what do you want to call it? Okay, they had the reason that Jabba allowed them to live, basically.
All right, Zara.
The reason Jabba allowed
Princess
them to live was that they created some like an element or something that was used to create this powerful alcoholic drink, or like a drink, right? And it was sold It was very expensive to buy something that they this element that they had from their culture that they could use to make this this bar drink essence, and it was very expensive. So that's how they helped. They basically made money for Jabba. So because of that, he allowed them to exist, and they had their own deal. He allowed them to do whatever they wanted in that part of the planet or wherever they're wherever they had their little their little hubs and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
because they had that, Jabba the Hutt allowed them to live.
Ah.
I wish we would have saw more of this creature here.
Oh, he's the video guy, like the
No, this is the creature that
Oh.
lives in the trash compactor. It's called
oh
the
yeah,
Dianoga.
that's right. He has that's where I got that from. He comes to you see his eyeball.
Yeah, that's all you
Yeah.
see is an eyeball and part of a
Yeah.
tentacle,
Yeah, that's funny.
but you don't see
You
the
know what?
beak or anything
He
else.
could be a long lost relative of the Loch Ness monster.
It could be.
You
It
never
could be.
know.
But you're talking about Shumath Gura or whatever his name is from the Marvel Capcom game.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
So the big question now for you, Mr. Beckon, is
Yeah,
who shot first, Han or Greedo?
Han.
I agree. But why did
Han
Lucas
did.
change it to have Greedo shoot first?
I think it's almost so fast, it's so simultaneously that it's just one of those lore things that you make up your own decision yourself. But Han Solo like did him. Hey man, if you're gonna pull it out, you better use it and type of thing, right? That whole saying, if you don't pull a gun out if you're not gonna use it. So he felt threatened and he shot him first. Guido should have just shot him, but he didn't. He kept like, "Oh, Solo, this is the moment I've been." He starts talking trash to him, basically, and it causes his life.
You know
Right?
who would have been cool
He does the old villain move. How you have the hero captured, but you just got to get your 2 cents in, and why don't you just kill him? And then they always come back.
But I just love that camera angle, how it pans down to Han's hand, and as he's cocking his gun to get ready to shoot him.
You remember Austin Powers? They were adamant about making fun of that point in Austin Powers.
Yeah,
you're like, yo, he has me captured, but he won't shut up or something. He just keeps talking. Dr. Evil just keeps talking and talking. And then Seth Green was like, "You have him. Just kill him. You have him right there. Just shut up and kill him, so he doesn't come back."
Do you realize in all 3 of the original series, we have New Hope, Empire, and Return of the Jedi? Do you notice there's one thing that's said in all 3 films? Remember, there's a reference to THX 1138. They use those numbers in all 3 of the films. Yep.
What does it mean?
Oh, they're just referencing the title of Lucas's film THX 1138.
Okay, gotcha.
They use the 1138 numbers in all 4 films, all 3 films. Like my other favorite scene was my dad's favorite scene too, when they're going to find the princess and he's talking and Han's on the intercom talking to them. We're all fine down here. How are you doing? What's your operating number? Boring conversation anyway. Luke, we're gonna have company. I love that.
That's funny.
What's your operating number? We just had a little meltdown down here. We're all fine.
Do you know how much Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney for?
How much?
Or Lucasfilm, whatever. Yeah, Lucasfilm. The entire thing, man. Yes. This number is crazy. Dave, you want to take a guess?
I have no idea.
I have
It's,
no
it's a big
idea.
number.
Even if you said a number, you might. Now I don't want to sound like I don't want to sound silly, but you could be right, or you could actually lowball it. You could actually lowball the number.
I'm gonna say 75 million.
You're way under.
Yeah.
You're not
I'm
even
gonna
close,
go
man.
more than a million, like maybe
Yeah.
a billion.
You're still lowballing that.
Really?
5 billion.
He sold it for $4 billion.
Yeah.
4 billion. Wow.
It's insane.
Yeah. He'll
That's
be well stocked.
crazy, man. Like, did they? How did they? How did? I wonder how the deal was like. Yeah, I mean, they have rights to everything, the movies, the shows, the merchandise, everything. So it's almost like, did they have that cash? Like, okay, sir, we're gonna just transfer $4 billion to your bank account, or you know, are they gonna pay it out throughout his life? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be interesting to see how the payout, how it was structured, the payout, the money. Like, so is some of that money going to be, you know, given after the success or the movies of the future movies came out? Because he sold it in 2012 before the new series. So
Disney owns every freaking thing. They own the
they
Muppets.
took
They own
they own
everything.
the entire stores thing. Yeah,
They're like the mafia. They take everything away.
it's just crazy, man. Like, yeah, it would be interesting
They
to see
own
the
the
structure
Beatles
of the
now
payout.
too.
The what?
They own the Beatles too.
Oh, really? They bought the Beatles?
I have no idea, but because they're going to have the Let It Be movie finally restored from Peter Jackson. Is going to be premiering next Wednesday on there,
Oh,
which I'm looking
interesting.
forward to.
That's interesting. Huh. Wow. I know that Phil Collins and Genesis sold their entire uh their complete rights to their music. Like, what, maybe was it last year, for like 300 and something million, which is, I thought, was pretty good. You just kind of, within the band, you just kind of, you know, hey, here's your cut, we just retire.
Yeah.
You know, they just retire, which I think that was pretty good. They sold their entire, what do you call it when you sell your catalog? Was that what you would say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's pretty interesting that
Then
Genesis or
why
Phil
did they
Collins did that.
sell? Why did they sell it for?
Well, they're old. They're not running a tour anymore. They just retired off that money. They sold it.
Oh,
They sold it for like 300 and something million. So I guess,
okay.
like I was saying, like, they just probably split it. The
Yeah.
band members split it, and that's their retirement. They're gonna just live off that for the rest of their life.
Ah, that would make sense.
Yeah, because they're not Phil. I think Phil is too sick or something to tour anymore.
Yeah, I think he's in a wheelchair or something. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
he's in bad shape.
Mm-hmm. So they just sold their entire catalog, or what, their whole music thing. Kind of the same thing Lucas did. The thing with the sad thing with Star Wars and Lucas is that there was just, the fans were just, they were just, I don't know, man. He just felt not isolated, but he just felt like there was a lot of bickering back and forth with theories and where the series or where the storyline should go. And I just think he probably felt like he was, I mean, he was not too old, because you're talking about what, 12 years ago. So, but he had a different idea for this last series, completely different idea than what's out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had a completely different storyline and ideas and stuff. So I just think he just was tired. He just didn't, be burned out, maybe. But now it's rumored that he's coming back in a consulting, that he might be back.
Oh, we might see George again. Nice.
Yeah, he might. Yeah.
What was his take? I don't remember if I've seen any interviews from the last.
He's never really said anything bad. Like, he's not going to say anything bad about anything. He won't. Even if maybe he disagreed with the storyline or whatever, he's not going to say anything bad. He'll just give his insight on what he would have done, or what he was going to planning on doing. So he's never been he's never talked negative about anything. I don't believe. I don't believe. I could be wrong, but I don't believe he has. So if he goes to consulting, he'll just give you not necessarily direction, but like just maybe just kind of say, hey, this is what I would do, maybe, or this is how I would take this, and go with, kind of give you his thought process on some stuff, maybe how the new Jedi Order should be done, or kind of like that. Because in essence, it's his story from the back end, right?
Yeah.
Anybody could just take whatever and just run forward with it, but that's where that's where it can be difficult, because you're trying to please also an audience. You're trying to please all the fans, And as you could see, some of that stuff, there was backlash with Kenobi. There was backlash with Ahsoka. Did you watch Ahsoka?
Yes, I did.
Did you finish it? What did you think? Okay, so what did you think of Ahsoka?
I really enjoyed it.
Okay, because Ahsoka and Mando are running parallel with each other, right? You know that. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. So while everything in Ahsoka is happening, Grogu's out there with Mando doing their thing, and Luke's out.
And
remember,
what I really liked
Luke's
about
out there. Young Luke is out there. You got to remember that too.
Yeah. What I really liked about Ahsoka is that they brought in the Star Wars Rebels characters in there
Mm-hmm. Right.
from the cartoon series. I thought that was really cool.
And then Thrawn. I want to see Luke versus Thrawn. I mean, I know it's Ahsoka, but that would be so cool. But
And I want to see more of that dark saber.
Oh, well, it was destroyed.
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. That was a cool lightsaber. I liked it.
Well, it wasn't a lightsaber. There was the metal the Mandalorians have that you could defend or fight against a lightsaber. And what's the witch that was in Mando? Hold on.
I forgot her name.
Yeah, the actress in that, and the actress in Ahsoka.
Oh God, what's her name? Rosario Dawson.
No, the other girl, the witch.
I forget her name.
Hold on. Yeah, Morgan Elsbeth. Remember her?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember her weapon in Mando season 2 was that what do you call it? And that long stick. You're a ninja.
That long stick.
Yeah, that
whatever. Call it the long stick.
What do you the metal that it's made out of? Can she combat the lightsaber? And that's what the dark saber is made out of.
Oh, okay.
Now here's a little thing for you.
Hello, Martinez.
So Morgan Elsbeth, the actress that plays her name is Diana Lee Inosanto. Okay, she is Bruce Lee's niece.
Really?
She's trained in martial arts her whole life.
Wow.
And that's one of the reasons why she got the because all those moves were basically, a lot of it was her. She was a martial artist her entire life.
So Martinez, is Blood awake yet, or is he still asleep? Because he had a lot of wine last night. I have to say. I wonder if he's awake yet. But I'll be with you guys later for the second film this afternoon, whenever I finish here. But I still got a couple of hours to go.
Yeah, she grew up learning Jeet Kune, and it's called Eskrima.
I love that. Is BB hungry? No, BB ate.
Sorry.
I like it. That's a good one, Dave.
All right. Sorry about that. All right.
I have no idea, my friend. I just finished family dinner. Oh, nice. What did you eat tonight for dinner, if you don't mind me asking? You know what? I think today's stream is going very well. And I haven't had one bathroom break yet. I haven't gotten.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She was not Bruce Lee's niece. Bruce Lee was her godfather.
Oh, okay.
Her father trained under him or something. He was a student of him or something.
Ah.
Or learned under the Jeet Kune, whatever.
Yeah.
But he was her godfather. I'm sorry, I said I was family blood there. But her name is Lee, though, Diana Lee. So no.
That's amazing.
But yeah, she's been in film and television since the middle 2000s, and like I said, she started martial arts her entire life.
So, what's Acolyte going to be about?
The Republic years. 100 years before A New Hope.
Okay.
Or is it Phantom Menace? Sorry. It's 100 years before, I believe.
And we're going to have Jedis in there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah, I watched the trailer for it yesterday. That looks amazing.
Yeah, it's set at the end of the High Republic area. Okay, so I think it's 100 years before the Phantom Menace. Yeah, it's 100. It's approximately. I'm sorry. Here it is. It's right here. It's set 100 years before Episode 1, the Phantom Menace. Okay, it sees a respected Jedi
Welcome
master.
back, Shelley.
It sees a respected Jedi master investigating a series of crimes that bring him into conflict with a former Padawan. So basically, they're murdering Jedi. It's a murder. It's almost like a murder mystery because Jedis are being killed, and they're wondering who's murdering the Jedi. So when it's released on June the 4th, they're gonna release episode 1 and 2. That's cool.
Martinez, that sounds good.
I like that they received two. They released 2 episodes for the release date. That'll be cool.
Yeah, get you into it, get you hooked right away. I like that. Yeah. I like that.
You got a lot of catching up to do.
I know, I do. We're gonna have to find out how I can contact you on social media. Danny's gonna have to give you your deets so you can make me a list of stuff I have to watch.
Yeah. Let's see. June the 4th. Yeah, it's gonna be See, I wish they would play these at normal hours. Like literally, it's only beneficial if you're on the West Coast, because the West Coast, it comes out at midnight. It's okay. You can still get a good night's sleep. Going into Wednesday, right, for work or whatever you're doing, school, work, whatever. But man, they if you're like for me, that's at 2 a.m. I have to it's hard to stay up till 2, watch it. We'll get the ending, watch a couple of live streams, what they thought about it. You're talking going to bed like 3:30 in the morning type of thing for me. They did that with, I think they did Ahsoka. Okay, Ahsoka they did at night. So at Ahsoka, they would release on Tuesday evening, like at 8 o'clock Central Time. Okay, which was perfect because you got to see it in the evening, right? And then YouTubers and everybody would do their shows right after, and you could watch those until like 10 o'clock. It was early, so it worked out for everybody. Now with this 2 a.m. thing, oh man, it's hard. So basically, I won't be able to watch it until Wednesday the 5th. Yeah, I won't be able to stay up 2 days. I won't be able to stay up till like 4 a.m. I won't be able to do it. I'll have to watch it the next day because that's gonna be too much.
Well, I just wait the next day for that.
Yeah, but the excitement, you get excited, you want to watch it, and then you wake up in the morning and your social media feed is going crazy because YouTubers have already posted and the watch parties have already happened. So it's like, you get your phone to wake up in the morning and you're seeing all these bing, 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 bing of all these, when the show drops and you all these notifications about it. So it just makes it hard to wait until the next afternoon or the next evening when you watch it. So
yeah,
that's the only thing that sucks about that.
Yeah, and I think Shelley likes the way you explain things to her about all the Star Wars lore. From what she said in the chat earlier, she likes all that kind of stuff.
It's kind of hard though sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Well, because you're trying to explain it to somebody that doesn't know it. You're trying to explain the lore. You're trying to explain the premise, right? Who's Anakin? Who's Darth Vader? How does he become Darth Vader? And the thing is that there's a build up to that character. There's a build up to a lot of these characters and their arcs, the story, right?
Yeah.
So like for example, I had no idea that between Han Solo being frozen and Empire Strikes Back, and he ends up at Jabba's palace, that there's a whole ordeal that happened with that, with an auction, with Vader, and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's like it's a lot of fun to get the entire arcs on these characters. It's fun. It's like a hobby because it takes time. You just
Yeah.
can't get it like really fast. It does take time to look into it, but it's a lot of fun. It's a fun hobby.
Oh, Danny just recognized. Shelly just recognized me because I'm one of Danny's friends.
Yeah, I think I've
But
been on
Shelly,
here
you're
before
always
when
welcome in my
she
streams
saw me.
anytime you want. And of course, you too, Mr. Beckham. You're always welcome here anytime you want. And Shelly, just say the word. Uh, and if you want to come up, put the link out. You can join us on the panel if you're not shy. So I guess I'm guessing, Shelly, that Beckham is getting you into all the Star Wars stuff.
Well, I kind of was trying to sell it to her. I was like, look, it's not all kids stuff, really. If you watch, okay, so remember I was telling you to watch Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah.
The tales of the Empire, which debuted the other night or yesterday for early yesterday for May the 4th. It's really dark, and the animation is amazing. It's different. It's amazing. It's really crisp. It's awesome. Um, but it's not really for kids. It's kind of dark.
Ah.
So I was trying to tell her, I'm like, look, Star Wars has bad guys, it has good guys. It's a love story, right? There's a love story, James.
Yeah.
There's a love story in there with, with of course Anakin and Padme.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, that sounds good.
there's a love story, there's action, there's good guys, there's bad guys, there's magic. You're talking about the Force, you're talking about the Night Sisters. And you're talking about progression from light or from dark to light. And there's even people get killed all the time. Characters get killed all the time. Jabba the Hutt was one of was a was a gangster. He had lots of people killed and enslaved. And then you also have Boba Fett. Boba Fett becomes, I mean, he also killed a lot of people too, right? I mean, he was a hired assassin or what do you bounty hunter type of character. So a lot of these characters have fun arcs. I think it's a fun story, and it's pretty cool. It's awesome.
Well, here's something for you. Well, Chewbacca is the most interesting character of all because he's the most mysterious.
He does have a mysterious, yeah, right.
You're right.
Because you asked earlier about him.
Yeah.
How did he get good at fighting? And the only thing, and his race. Now remember, his race, they fight, right? They have that type of culture where they're just they hunt and that kind of thing. So but as far as him in the story, we first see him. Well, it was of course in the first movies, but he meets Solo. He meets Han Solo in the movie Solo. They're both captured. How did he get captured there? How did he end up there? That kind of thing. That's his own backstory that I don't think he has yet. But it would be interesting to see where he comes from. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a book out there that you'd have to find, or a comic book series that somebody wrote to kind of give you his backstory.
Well, Shelly, why do you think I wanted your boyfriend on here today? Because he's so knowledgeable about Star Wars lore. I figured, you know what? I don't have my friend Anthony AGK here today because he's taking a little hiatus from internet stuff or social media. I said, I need someone on my panel today to talk Star Wars with. And I said, Mr. Beckham would be fantastic for that. So I texted Danny the other day on Friday when I scheduled it. And I said, can you contact Mr. Beckham? I think he'd be great on the panel for my Star Wars stuff. And she said, sure. And she said, Beckham is in.
Now, I appreciate that very much. Thank you for having me. But man, there's also like, there's also a lot of politics in the story. I mean, there's always, you had the Senate, right? You had even the Imperial when they took over, the Empire when they took over, they had different, Thrawn was an admiral, then he becomes a grand admiral, right? His progression into the rankings within the Empire. So there's also the politics angle to Star Wars. Of course, Padme was a senator herself. Remember Naboo? She was a
Yep.
senator for Naboo. They tried to assassinate her in Attack of the Clones. Andor, the series that came out last was it last year? Yeah,
Yeah, I
last
think it was
year.
last year. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of hits on the more of the political side of it, and the by that time the Empire, how it's already kind of taken over, but it kind of shows you how they're protecting it and that kind of thing. Because you do have to have that. You have all these agents and these clusters of intelligence, right, within the government. Kind of like CIA, FBI, that kind of thing with the American. I know you're Canadian, but with the
Yeah.
American political system. So it's kind of remnants of what we have to deal with in our own society with political figures and political aspirations and all that kind of stuff. The political structure of society. So Andor touched on that, and I thought it was pretty cool. It was a little. It wasn't. I mean, it had action, but it also had the more of the political side of stuff, which I actually enjoyed. I enjoyed Andor for that. Now, season 2 of Andor will have more, of course, of the action stuff because it
Yeah.
ended with a bunch of action. Remember how you watched it, right? You remember how it
Yeah.
ended and everything? Yeah. So it ended with a lot of action, a lot of revolt, but right, a lot of revolt and a lot of action. So it should continue with that. But yeah, man, I just it has this, the overall story of Star Wars has everything in it. It's almost Shakespearean to a
Yeah.
point. To a point.
Are you on Facebook?
Me, yeah. Hmm.
Well, I'm gonna put in the private chat. I'll put my Facebook in there so we can follow each other. And then you can make me list of what I need to watch,
Okay.
and we can just keep contacting each other because we're friends. Just like I am with Danielle. Don't see why not.
Sounds good.
Because I like you.
Thanks,
That's
James.
why I have you on here today.
Appreciate it.
What did Dave send me?
Yeah, but it would have been fun to see. I know AKG has a bunch of. I've seen his. Remember, he's giving us a tour of his
Yeah.
of his room. He has a bunch of stuff, man. I mean, he's got stuff from all sorts of genres, right? Like comic books, superheroes, horror, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
has all kinds of stuff, I believe.
There you
Doesn't
go.
he
I
have like
just
a
put it
doesn't
in
he have like
the.
a huge R2D2?
Yeah, that
Or
remote
was
control.
or was it the Millennium Falcon? Which one? What it was? He has something big. I don't know if it was a Millennium Falcon or
Oh, I
the
forget what it was that he
or
showed.
the R2D2.
Yeah, he's got the R2D2, that radio controlled R2D2,
Oh, that's right. That's what it
and he's
was.
got a BB-8.
Does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just put my Facebook in the private chat for you.
Okay.
So I don't because if I tried looking for you, I'd be all over the place. It just makes it easier, so you can follow me, then I can follow you back. Because I follow Danielle on there, and I follow her also on Instagram, but we mostly chat on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm not on Instagram.
Yeah, and you remember my mom, I think, Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, this is Mr. Beckham. If you remember him, he's one of Danny's friends, and he's a Star Wars nerd and Star Trek nerd like me. So now we're going to follow each other on Facebook. That way we can keep track of what's coming up, and you say, "Hey, have you watched this and that and everything else?"
Yeah, you got to catch up, man. Well, you got to
I
watch
do.
L's of
Well,
stuff.
first I got to finish the Bad Batch. I got to finish off
okay.
that series, and
Yes.
then I'm going to watch the other stuff. But you have to make me a list of what I need to watch because I won't remember it all.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on, and also the Bad Batch. Okay, so the Bad Batch. That's more of when Luke is okay. So as the Bad Batch is ending,
Don't
A
tell
New
me
Hope.
because I haven't seen it.
No. I'm putting at the timeline. So as the
Okay.
Bad Batch is ending, it kind of correlates with
Hey,
A New
Trucker.
Hope. A New Hope. So you have the Bad Batch happening at the time of A New Hope. Okay,
Ah,
that's where the timeline. Yeah, so you have to keep up with the timelines. Remember, like
yeah.
Ahsoka. Remember, Ahsoka and Mando and Grogu are all parallel. They're happening at the same time. And remember, you gotta remember, Luke's out there. Luke is doing his thing out there and all that kind of stuff. So there's parallel lines going, timelines going on, and it can get confusing because there's like so much coming out. So I'm excited for it. I want all the Star Wars to come out. Some people are saying, hey, kind of slow down on it a little bit, but I'm not. I'm like, keep it coming.
Oh, yeah, me too. So your girlfriend says, I currently started watching the Clone Wars this morning.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
kind of
still
an
gonna have
idea.
her watch the Return of Revenge of the Sith though, because I think she can catch up with the Clone Wars later. But I think it's to catch up, she's gonna have to watch Revenge of the Sith, because we just finished Attack of the Clones yesterday.
Ah, yeah.
So
So, Mr. Beckham, if you don't mind, just take control of the chat for a few minutes while I go to the washroom because Dave's not back yet.
yeah, okay, no
And I
problem.
really have to go. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Jar Jar Binks. What's up, Trekker? I know, man. Jar Jar Binks. Did I like him in the Phantom Menace? There was parts where he was a little annoying, but George Lucas always wanted to put goofy things in Star Wars for his kids. It was a kid thing. He always would. He didn't want it to be a completely adult story, so he wanted it to kind of be kid friendly. So he'd always put some goofy stuff, goofy lines, goofy characters in his movies. So yeah, there's parts where Jar Jar can get on my nerves a little bit in the Phantom Menace. If you go to the Attack of the Clones, he's a little bit more subtle. And then by Return of the Sith, I believe he's in a couple of scenes in Return of the Sith, the Revenge of the Sith. But he's not annoying. He's just kind of normal. I think Goofy's already part of Star Wars. I think you can get like Goofy Star Wars memorabilia at Star Wars World that I've seen. So the Disney characters already have their own little Star Wars stuff that you can get.
All right, I'm back. Goofy? You really think so, Martinez?
Well, I was telling Martin that at Star Wars World, of course they've transitioned the Disney characters into Star Wars characters. You can
Yeah, they have seen
purchase
that.
T-shirts, keychains, whatever. And I think they make Goofy look like Han Solo. I think that's what I've seen.
I thought it was Mickey Mouse that was Han Solo, I think.
Man, they probably done it all. They probably made everybody one of the characters.
Wow. You know what would have been cool? If she wasn't busy today, I would have loved to have seen Danielle's take on the Star Wars universe.
She's not a fan.
No?
No.
I just found a goofy Darth Vader.
Yeah,
Really?
they do all kinds of stuff. I think I've seen they do all kinds of stuff with the Disney characters.
Martinez, you want to come up? I can put the link out and you can come join us on the panel if you like. You're more than welcome to. If you want to.
But it's a lot of fun, man.
I'm supposing this is okay. I found, yeah. Okay, that's you, right? That sent me the friend request?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. When I saw Danielle there, I said, okay, I know who this is. There we go. And now we are friends. Yay. Nice. Now we can keep in contact and keep all the Star Wars nerdiness going. And welcome back, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hello, how's it going? I
Yeah.
am back. Just had a few things to take care of, but I'm back.
Yeah, and Beckham took over the chat for a while.
It wasn't that long, maybe like 1 minute.
Yeah, because I had to go to the toilet. My first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
No thanks to have no thanks. Have to bring my son to bed soon and get ready for Rocky. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna watch Rocky 4 soon. I'll probably make it for the second film, like for Creed 2. Because I have my duties here.
Which Rocky are they gonna watch?
They're gonna watch Rocky 4 and then Creed 2 because in Creed 2 it's Drago's son who's gonna fight.
I must break you.
Yeah, I must break you. Aw, Danny just sent me a little WrestleMania with the little kittens. That's so cute. I'll have to look at that later. Yep, she's preparing dinner. She's making a pot roast in our crock pot. Did you guys like Spaceballs, the Mel Brooks one? Yeah, that's a good
Of
one.
course.
Oh God.
Dark Helmet.
That was great. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
Yeah.
Well, what I thought was funny was Virgin Alert. Virgin Alert, Virgin Alert, Virgin Alert.
The whole movie was great.
Comb the desert. comb the
Yep.
desert. And the jaw was ding, 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 ding.
When I first saw that as a kid in passing, I think I was like 10. I thought it was a part of the Star Wars movies. I really don't. Like, why does Darth Vader have a big head?
Well,
I didn't know.
I
it was
can't
a
breathe
joke.
in this damn thing.
That was funny.
President's group. I thought I told you never to call me on this screen. Why didn't somebody tell me my ass was so big? Don't worry, sir. We'll try to reverse the beam.
I didn't think Virgin Alert line was funny until later, until I understood what it meant. I didn't know what it meant at 10 or 11 years old.
Oh yeah. Barf. I'm a Mog.
I'm my own best friend.
Yeah. I've lost the bleeps, I've lost the sweeps, and I've lost the creeps. What are you talking about, Martinez? Is that a line from Spaceballs?
I think the time that I found Spaceballs is the time that I found, oh my God, what was that movie called? The Toxic Avenger. Did you guys remember the Toxic Avenger?
Oh
Yeah.
God, I've seen that thing.
I think that's the same time that I found Spaceballs. I think I was like 13 or 14.
The acting in that film is terrible.
I think Dave liked Toxic Avenger.
It was good.
You see?
It was good stuff.
Oh yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so bad it
Vivian
was good.
Also used it as a sound effect in his IRL streams. Oh, cool. Yeah, you probably don't know who Vivian is. I know.
Shelly, no, stop it. Now I need you to focus on Star Wars, not to joke about it.
Yeah. Now, if you could do a backstory, a story on Disney Plus, what Star Wars thing would you want to do, Mr.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I want to, and they were supposed. I thought they were going to do this with the Book of Boba Fett, but they didn't. I wanted to see more like the gangster side, more of the bounty hunters. I want to see Bosk. Where's Bosk? I want to see Bosk. I want to see the new Hutt cartel. I want to see all of that side of everything. Did you know there's a new the new Hutt cartel is coming back around? His cousins are taking over. Yeah, so Jabba's dead, but his cousins will take over.
Well, what I'd like to see is what happened after Jabba the Hutt was killed with Bib Fortuna when he took over the palace.
It's kind of there. That's where you have to get the comics and the side stories. Yeah.
Because that would be something I'd be
Jabba
interested
takes
in
over
seeing.
Tatooine, right? Jabba took over Tatooine.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I guess
Yeah,
Jorgen will
or
be
how
here
he took
soon.
over. That'd be fun. Yeah, like you said, that'd be cool. How he took over Tatooine, how he took over the Hut cartel. Yeah, that would be fun. They tell a little about it in the Clone Wars, though. Remember when his son goes missing? He's already
Yeah.
elite. He's already got control of it by that time.
Ah.
Remember
Yeah.
that in the Clone
Yeah.
Wars? Yeah.
But it's hard to imagine how they brought Darth Maul back to life when he was split in half. Like he was dead in Phantom Menace, and I don't know how they brought him back in the Clone Wars.
Shelly, I have to see what you're talking about. Shelly asked a question in the chat, but I don't. I'd have to look. I'd have to look at it.
Uh, mm-hmm. Yeah, Shelly's. I've seen Shelly and you on Danielle's.
I'd have to look. I'd have to look at the show to see like who you're talking about. Because
Well,
I
it's good
think that.
that you've inspired her. You've inspired Shelly to watch all these things on
But
her
doesn't
own.
the Clone Wars start with General Grievous? Isn't he like the bad guy in the Clone Wars at first?
Yeah, he was.
That's another character. That's
And guess what, Dave? Mr. Beckham and I are now following each other on Facebook.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And I'll send you Dave's Facebook if you want to follow him too, because you two seem to get along well.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
have
I'm
you
not
seen?
on Instagram. I don't do Instagram. That's too much.
Well, we can talk
I
on
know
Messenger.
Facebook is like I mean it's still a thing. Yeah, it lets you keep friends and stuff like that. So that's why I still stay on Facebook.
Yeah, we can do Messenger video calls from time to time.
Have you seen this
'cause I
version
like
of Star
talking
Wars?
with you.
What version?
This version right here.
Blaze with death-dealing weaponry. Enjoy mirth-filled moments.
Oh my god.
The Tin Woodsman?
You've never seen this?
The Tin Man!
How are you? At last, where have you been?
This came out the same year as Star Wars, right after Star Wars as a parody of it.
What last? What are you talking about? This is madness.
It's like so.
I wonder how much the actor got paid for that.
We're heading in this direction. What are we going to do? We're doomed for certain. Oh dear, I'm going to regret this.
Oh, what is that? A VCR?
It's a cassette deck.
player and a watermelon.
Fine mess you've gotten us into.
He's a vacuum cleaner, R2D2.
Okay, so without CGI back
To
then.
you is beyond me. Really?
Somebody literally had to get this set prepared.
Yeah, it's all practical effects and all kinds
okay.
of stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
was
my
like,
mom says,
oh
no
my
more
God.
crock pot for me. Nothing cooking. Back into roasting pan into oven. Now nice aroma in house. LOL. Hope you're
nice.
feeling better soon, Jen.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll pass it on to her.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I think your girlfriend just got a little spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Oh my god.
You know, I'm really glad. I like Star Trekker, but I'm glad he didn't show up on the panel because I have a sneaking suspicion he would have dressed like Slave Leia. No,
I have a feeling he would have done that too. Oh, by the way, Mr. Beckham, the Emperor's coming here.
Who?
The Emperor. The
What do you
Emperor's
mean?
coming to my channel today. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Emperor will be here.
I look forward to that.
I love how he enunciates in the movie when he looks at Luke. He goes, I can feel your anger.
I'm not far off in my Star Trek.
Yeah.
Okay, so so I have a question for you guys. So you guys saw the movies when they came out, the premiere weekends and all that, right?
Yeah.
So what did you guys think in your teen years or whatever? What did y'all think when you got to see Princess Leia in that outfit?
I thought she looked amazing. I mean, what guy wouldn't at that age?
I know, that's what I was asking. Like, were y'all just like, wow? Like, were y'all shocked? Like, what?
I never thought I would actually see Princess Leia put on that outfit and around the Jabba the Hutt.
It was a big shock. Yeah, you're just like, wow. Get rid of the slug guy. Let's see more of the girl.
All right. Martin says, when Hardware Wars premiered in 1978, it was the first Star Wars parody. As noted in Shock Cinema magazine, Hardware Wars laid the groundwork for every DIY movie send up that now pops up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, that was a great one. I remember seeing that at the YMCA. Like, Star Wars was still in the theaters, and they had a thing at the YMCA.
Hey.
Saturdays, they had like movie days. And yeah, they go, oh, we're going to see this movie called Hardware Wars. I'm like, oh, I don't know what it is, but I had nothing better to do. I was
Put the link out for Kate.
I was about 10 years old at the time. So I'm like, okay, went and saw it. And I was like, what is this?
My sister just arrived. It's Princess Leia.
Leia
Skywalker. We both know how to use the Force. We're the Force family. I love when he says, "You want this, don't you? Take your Jedi weapon and strike me down."
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
You guys can still hear me though. I'm gonna have a mic on.
All right.
Take your Jedi weapon and strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete. I love when he does that.
Do it.
I'm afraid.
Do it. Kill him. Kill him.
Oh, I'm afraid that this battle station fully operational. I forget the line now.
Is it fully operational?
Yeah.
That thing's fully operational.
Yeah. Did you all hear that Elvis tried to get a copy of Star Wars? Yes, I remember that.
Wait, what did Elvis do? What's the story on Elvis?
He tried to get George Lucas to get a copy of Star Wars for Lisa Marie to watch in Graceland.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
We have Princess Kate, my sister.
That sounds so
like,
what?
Which one? The original?
Yeah, the original one when it came out in 77.
Because he had to have died soon after that.
Well,
right?
He died in August, so it was in May when it came out.
Yeah. Okay.
So there was still plenty of time for him to get the movie.
Have you ever had a tribute show to Elvis?
I've been to Graceland.
You're a fan of his, right?
Yes, I am.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So, Kate, you missed it. Royce in the house was here earlier.
Royce was here? No way.
Yeah.
Well, was he now?
And he was preparing for his podcast tonight.
Oh yeah, he's talking
he said
about
he would love to come up on the panel because I invited him up if he wanted to. He says next time I'll come up, no problem.
He'll do it. He'll do it. When he says he'll do it, he'll do it. Well, I finally sat down, started watching the Bon Jovi documentary.
I still have to finish that thing.
I'm already on the second part. I just need to finish the second part. Then
The second part is my favorite part so far.
I really like the first one so far. I thought the first one was really good. So
yeah.
Yeah, but of course, towards the end, you got Richie Sambora. I was like, yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
All right, Martinez. I'll see you guys on Bloods later. I'll be on after.
Are you guys talking about John Bon Jovi?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I just read something the other day about him that he said he came out and he said he slept with even while married, he slept with like 100 women.
Well, that was only in the beginning of his career.
Oh, okay.
No, not now. No. The media kind of took that out of context. What really happened? It was
Oh, okay.
part of his career. You know what I mean? So, I mean,
Yeah.
but of course, you know, I love when he says, "I'm not a saint by any means." He's like saying, "I never claimed to be a saint." I'm like, me too. But no, that was way in his career. So, like early.
Oh, I can see it totally. All the girls were always
Star Trekker.
found him attractive.
Wow.
Behave, Tracker, please.
Stop. January. Stop.
So now, Your Highness, tell us your Star Wars story.
Oh, me? I know nothing.
You know nothing of Star Wars?
I don't care for it personally.
Oh. Well, you're still welcome here, because we love you.
Oh, duh. You better be.
Yeah.
Like, duh.
And next up, we will have the Emperor. He'll be here soon. Yep, he's back from the dead again. And I don't know if you met Mr. Beckham before, Kate.
I have not.
Sorry.
Hi.
I was getting.
No, you're thinking about it.
I was getting a drink.
Yeah.
No, nice to meet you.
And Kate, I'm also her co-host on her channel.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesdays and Fridays.
What y'all talk music and stuff?
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah.
Yep.
And she is the biggest Kiss fan you're ever gonna meet.
Oh really?
And
wow.
Alice Cooper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm very. We're just laid back.
Did you used to watch the Jen Simmons show that he had about his family like 15 years ago or something like that?
Yeah. I actually have it on DVD.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch that.
He's a funny dude.
Fun show to watch.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. Whatever happened to his kids? Did his kids ever get into the industry?
Oh well, so Sophie, his daughter.
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Yeah.
Yeah, she got married about a year ago.
So they're not in the business. They're not like in the industry.
I think, but that's not true. Sophie's actually an artist, a music artist.
Oh, is she or she is or not?
She is.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, I reckon Nick is too, because I know he was in bands before as well. So yeah, I know they're active. I know Sophie's very active in the music area.
She's very good. Alice Cooper's 99.
I just remember at the time they were like in high school, so I remember her like being like more athletic.
Stop it.
Yeah, I just remember her being more athletic, like doing volleyball and being more of the athletic stuff than the singing stuff. So
no, she's very pretty. She got married a year ago, and I think it's been a year ago. And no, I've heard her music before. She's a really good singer.
Oh, okay, cool.
You can look it up. She's really good.
Yeah, normally this is what my channel is about. We talk about music and we show records and stuff like that, but I do themes like this.
Okay, fine. I do have a Star Wars thing. I cried when Han Solo died.
You did?
I only showed up just to see him and Princess Leia.
Oh, that one. Okay, I was like, where does Han Solo die? Duh. Okay, I remember the other movie. And the new movie. Yeah.
I have these dumb moments all the time. I'm like, you should see me on my channel. I'm like, oh, duh.
Because Harrison Ford said after Empire, he thought that Han Solo should die. Do you remember that, Beckham?
Yeah.
Shelley says, I don't believe that that's true. He is one of the few that says very honorable. Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about Alice.
Well, that's what I read. Like Kate said, it was a little bit out of context. I guess he meant
the media blew that out of context. It was like the thing too. So a lot of people thought it was current, but in reality, it was way. No, Alice would never do such a thing. He has never. But this is towards John. It was way into early career when he got married and stuff. So everybody's just taking that out of context. It's driving me nuts. It is.
That's how I read it. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Well, it's not you that I'm like, you're driving me nuts. It's not you, but it's just
It's me. I know.
looking at work. See,
Dave told me. Dave told me.
Oh, sure, Dave. Why don't you just leave? Oh, sure.
Is Christopher still here?
I don't know if he is. Christopher, are you still here?
I just received last Tuesday my thing that I ordered on Record Store Day. I couldn't go there, so I called the record shop and I asked them to hold one of these for me, which they did. It is the Acid King re-release.
Oh, sweet.
Middle of nowhere, center of everywhere. This is like the gatefold has the stuff inside, but on the cover itself.
That is so cool.
I love the art.
This is a double album, but only has 3 sides because with the other, let me set this down so I don't drop it. So with the other one, make sure I got the right one here. Yeah, okay. It's on this white marble.
Ooh, nice.
But then on side, what should be side 4, they went ahead and did that.
Oh wow,
nice.
So that's pretty cool. So you can make these small, James.
I like that. Okay, I'll make it small. That's pretty.
You said you ordered it, or you came up on it?
I saw it was on there. I had a bunch of things going on. There's this record shop I deal with a lot.
Oh, okay.
They're about an hour and a half away from me, so I called them up. I said, I'm not going to be able to make it there. I called them the day before. I said, if you guys can hold a copy of this for me, I'd appreciate it. If it's a problem, I totally understand. If it's your last one, I'll wait till you guys reorder it. They said, no problem. We'll go ahead and hang on to one for you. And then they shipped it out on Monday, and I got it on Thursday. Yeah.
That's awesome. Nice. Nice work.
Oh, by the way, Kate, Shelly is Mr. Beckham's girlfriend. She's
hi, Shelly. Nice to meet you.
And they know Danielle. That's how I met her.
I like Danielle. She's awesome.
Yeah, that's how we all met.
That's why I like her. She's cool. Yeah, no, my Alice Cooper faux book that my dad got me will be arriving at the end of this month or early June. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Alice Cooper book you're getting.
Yeah, so I'm waiting. It's an official photo book with his signature.
Never go back in place.
And Mr. Beckham, you know what? Kate is going to see Cheap Trick and Alice Cooper.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got Cheap Trick. Or actually, there's an actual rock band that's going to show up at our Stampede, and so that's huge for me. And then I got Alice Cooper.
I was 8 years old, Trekker.
In August.
Trick. I'm trying to remember the songs that they have.
Surrender, Dream Police, The Flame, which is stuck in my head. I think it's because it's a Beatles ballad.
Oh, okay. I remember Surrender. Okay, I remember that. Okay.
Yeah, Mommy's all right. Yeah. Daddy's all right.
Yeah, no, they had some really big hits, right? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
They were in Top Gun too. They were on Top Gun's.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Here, this is
what Kate wants.
Beckham, read this.
Huh?
Read this from your girlfriend.
Oh yeah, I was about to text you, Shelly, to say, hey, stop listening. Just go ahead and watch the Clone Wars, or just mute us, because you're gonna get stuff that we accidentally.
Hey, Shelly, wasn't my idea. It's their idea, not mine.
Yeah. It's just we're talking about everything that we assume that there's already people that already watched all the movies and stuff. So
yeah, Kate doesn't know anything about Star Wars, but she's still here.
I do. I just don't care for it. It's not my forte.
There's a story. It takes place in a galaxy far, far away.
A
very long time ago.
Yeah, Dave. I caught that. Thank you.
A long time ago.
No. Sherlock. No.
But the one thing they never tell us is what year it's in, do they?
Well, it's a different time in a different galaxy.
Ah.
Though they speak English.
But you notice on the spaceships, they have that special, that language. on the display
I have a
panels.
question for you, James, since you're a big Beatles fan.
Okay.
Oh.
And I read this and I heard this, and it deals with space and Star Wars or whatever.
All right.
So, is it true that NASA launched one of the Beatles songs into space, and whatever is out there could actually just not necessarily hear it or listen to it, but like the radio wave, or the waves that it's transmitting
Yes, they did.
could basically, you know, I guess transfer the noise into the song. I guess if they had the technology for it.
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
They did.
that
launch
is
it into
true, right?
space.
Okay, I
just-
didn't know if it was true or not. So
I just can't remember which song it was.
which
whether-
song it is? Yeah. Okay.
I think it might have been "Here Comes the Sun" or "Across the Universe." I'm not sure which one it was.
How cool
Dave-
is that? Like seriously, to be a musician and knowing that your freaking song is being blasted in space.
Yeah, Dave,
That's
can you look that up,
pretty.
please?
That's pretty awesome, man. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty cool.
Because I can't remember which song it is. So Dave's
It's
gonna
just
look it up.
traveling. Like it's on a constant travel.
That's amazing.
When you think about it.
they can do
Yeah.
with that.
So I wonder if any aliens have got it and be like, oh, what is this?
Hey, anything's possible at this point.
I thought that was always cool.
Anything's possible. As long as they don't drop down from the sky, I'm good. I'm not ready yet.
Nothing's gonna
Dave,
change.
you a Beatles fan?
They're a little bit before my
Oh,
time.
Shelly
so.
just
You
said
don't
bye
sound-
to you, Kate.
You don't sound too excited.
I've had lots of friends who are Beatles
I
fanatics.
know.
I mean,
Yeah.
way more than James and anybody I've seen on YouTube.
Really?
I mean,
'Cause I think James is a big.
oh
big
no,
fan.
they had posters of Paul, their favorite Beatle, and this is one of my cousins, and almost every square inch of his bedroom, except for the ceiling and the floor, were
Mhm.
covered with Beatle posters and Paul posters when he's with Wings. Every time I went to the house, it was either Beatles.
It was
or
Beatles
Wings.
stuff everywhere.
Oh my
Every
God.
time we talked, every discussion was trivia about Beatles and Wings and how Paul McCartney did this and this and this. As far as he was concerned, Paul McCartney invented everything: air, water, light bulb, everything. He worshipped Paul McCartney, and I said,
Like Paul McCartney was God or something?
"Yeah, exactly." And I'm just like, "Cool."
What's the song that he did with Michael?
They did Say,
Say,
And the Girl Is
yeah.
Mine.
I remember that as a little kid. I remember that song.
Yeah, the girl's mine was the one I was thinking of.
Girl is mine,
Yeah.
mine. Yes, she's mine.
Have you have you ever heard the Richard Cheese version of that?
No.
The Girl Is Mine? You should look it up on YouTube. There's this guy, his name's Richard Cheese. He's a lounge singer, and he takes popular songs and he does them like the lounge style, like Frank Sinatra. But for The Girl Is Mine, he has a special guest vocal performance that's done by Stephen Hawking.
Really?
It's bad, but you'll laugh when you hear it. Yeah, it's just like
Dave, you'll have to send that to me on Facebook.
I'll send it to you. I'll definitely send it to you.
Yeah, Dave, I got your Facebook message. I'll give it a listen a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's my son. A friend of mine, his son is a drummer, and there's a thing that's pretty popular in where I'm at called Rock Stars of Tomorrow. They're getting kids excited about music, and my friend's very involved with that. And he got his son in there, and his son is an amazing drummer. And they started writing, they're doing covers, Blink-182 covers and other stuff. And then they started doing their original music, and it just the covers they're doing, their original music is so much better. It's just you're just amazed by how great they are. You're just like, wow. These guys are like they're there's like 4 people in the band, and I think the oldest member might be 19.
Oh, wow.
They're all pretty young, but you're just like, wow, they're amazing. They just did like a Battle of the Bands thing this last weekend, and out of 9 bands, they took first place. They're called Halfway to Neptune.
Okay, Halfway to Neptune. I'll definitely check them out. Thanks for the recommendation.
They're on Instagram too. So yeah, Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that might be something you might want to write an article about, the future of music or something, and, upcoming bands and stuff,
Oh, I might reach out to him too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, Kate is a music journalist.
Yeah.
No,
I do not have Kathleen on the ceiling, so.
Oh, tonight's going to be a good one, Kate, on
Yeah,
Royce.
I was always thinking
tonight.
about that. David
Well, you could join
Kate.
Royce. I'll just think back.
I was always thinking about what's the future of music because everything just seems to be, technology based. Everything is on the boards, on the computer, and everything, right?
AI.
Yeah, AI is taking over like everything, man. It's
No,
crazy.
and that's my issue. If it's used for like a good way, but my fear, I'm fine with it. But my fear is that the whole AI is going to take away the whole creativity process for artists and musicians, and the recording process too. The reason I became a music journalist is so I could feel that the real creativity, from writing, from actually using your voice to actually playing the instruments. I mean, I'm not writing about an AI song. I'm writing about like the real thing.
Right. Put the emotion. You actually the emotion into the song. You're writing the
exactly. I love looking into lyrics because in a lot of songs, if you look really, really well into the lyrics, you'll find something there, something that can relate to you, can relate to a situation you're in, can relate to your family, your mom, your dad, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if AI takes that away, that's gonna stink, personally.
Yeah, and it's also with like it started with comedians. I didn't know this, but there was like apps out there that were basically coming up with being a comedian. It's not it's super hard to do because it's about the delivery of the joke, right? The actual your facial expression and the actual ability to deliver the punchline when it's right. That's the hard part. But if you have the joke written, and for a comedian that they just memorize the joke and then you just say it, and with your own punch, with your own ability to deliver the joke, that that actually came out it's been a couple years now to where there was been talks about the comedians getting AI to write their jokes or actually come up with the joke, and all they have to do is just present it and do it the way they do it, right? Basically. So yeah, the AI has been into the comedy scene for at least 2 or 3 years now. To where it's like, hey, are you actually writing your own joke, or is it the AI doing the joke? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a false pretense to the comedy, basically, kind of thing. So, which kind of sucks because I think the comedians should be writing their own jokes, kind of like the storytelling, almost, right?
Music too. I just think AI, it could be used correctly, but at the same time, I don't want people to misuse it either.
Right, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, and that is the scary. Plus, what if and now artists are giving people the okay to use their voice in songs with AI too, and I'm like, as long as you give the okay, but I'm afraid that even more legal trouble will happen too.
Yeah,
if used incorrectly. Yeah, so I'm just monitoring that, and I really hope bands that are keep using their human talent and just show people what they're really capable of doing without AI and all that jazz. That's why I signed up.
I'm usually pretty open about music, listening to it and stuff like that. But like the new, like what is out there that's really new besides Taylor Swift? I mean, Taylor Swift, of course, she's the one that's putting everything out there, right? Or that and I'm talking from a consumer standpoint, like not a super fan, but what bands are coming through
and you too, Bosom.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff because everything
else.
It
depends what bands are you looking for. Are you looking for like current new bands, or are you looking to see like the bands that define music? Are they still out there? And in terms, yes, they are. Yeah. If I mean, in terms they are. I mean,
let me have an announcement before I bring them up, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Empire himself. Here he is, Emperor Palpatine.
Who?
The Emperor is here. Emperor Jorgen.
I'm so scared. Oh.
You're looking good, my fellow comrades.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Nice to meet you, Emperor Jordan.
Likewise.
Emperor. I am not calling him Emperor. I am not calling anybody Emperor. I'm not calling anybody a Highness. Well, what's the hand?
He doesn't need a lightsaber. He just has lightning.
Yeah.
Booga booga boo. I can feel it.
So how you doing, Emperor Jorgen?
Soon, Princess Kate, you will feel the true power of the force of the darkness.
What? Did you? I didn't hear that. Not trash. What was it?
Let the air flow through you.
It almost sounds like he's flirting. I couldn't tell.
No, it sounds like he's burping. I can't understand that burp. Yeah, what? Well, Princess Kate shall not be shaken. Vamos.
You have changed, Princess. You're nothing like your previous Princess Leia.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That's probably the nicest thing I've heard all week.
I did not say though if the change were for the better or for the worse.
Rude.
Oh, Jorgen.
You started it.
So you like the story I sent you, Jorgen, about the couple that adopts the cat?
Yeah, it was. It was a fascinating person.
I think I sent that to Kate as well. Did I send it to you?
What did you send me again?
A story about a couple that they get a cat from the shelter. They adopt a cat.
You did not. All I got was the night driving.
Oh, okay. I thought I shared it with you a while back, but since I brought it up, there's a couple. This young guy and his girlfriend. They go to the shelter to adopt a cat, and the cat's name is Mr. Sparkles.
Oh, that's cute.
So Mr. Sparkles, they're all excited. A guy calls. He says he's the delivery driver. He dropped off the cat at their house, and since nobody was there, he put the pet through the cat door. And the guy's like, "Oh, okay. My girlfriend should have been there. Maybe she had to step out for a minute. She'll be right back. Can you wait for it?" And he's like, "No, I have a lot of deliveries I need to make. I'll be back." He goes, "I put the cat in there." Or he says, "I put the pet in there, and Lucifer's getting used to his surroundings, so he'll be fine. Just leave him alone, let him be." And he's like, "Lucifer? What are you talking about? We adopted this cat named Mr. Sparkles." And he goes, "Well, didn't the agency call you?" And he goes, "No." He said, "Well, there's a family that came in there, and they're a little bit more well-to-do, and they thought Mr. Sparkles would get a better home going with this family. They should have notified you. I'm sorry they didn't, but you have this new pet, Lucifer." And he's like, "You better go to my house and get that cat out of there." He goes, "Well, I can't go back because I'm a long ways away from there, and there's nobody home to be breaking and entering. That'd be illegal. I'd get in trouble. And also, Lucifer is not a cat, but Lucifer is a possum." So the guy's going ballistic. He goes, "I didn't adopt a possum. You get it." And the guy's trying to calm him down. He goes, "It's the newest thing in pets that people are adopting, house pets. They can be domesticated and everything's going to work fine." No. I don't care. Get it out. Get it. So the guy's just going crazy. He's just going absolutely out of his mind. So you get Lucifer out of there. So anyways, he's like, "I got to call my girlfriend now." He goes, "You better, because if Lucifer gets startled, there's a chance he might bite or scratch somebody." "Well, call her right now. I got to call her." So the guy's like, "She already knows." The delivery guy she already knows. He goes, "Well, how does she know?" He goes, "Well, this is," I forget the guy's name. He says, "This is so-and-so from a radio station, and she knew you were worried about adopting a pet, so she wanted to play this prank on you. You guys are going to get Mr. Sparkles. You guys are picking him up this evening," but the guy started laughing, but it was great. It was like this video I think again. But it was just
mean, but funny. But
But the video, I'll have to send the video to you. The guy's just coming absolutely unglued, thinking there's a possum just ripping his inside of his house to shreds while nobody's there. And what's he going to do?
A possum.
It was great.
So you can actually get a possum as a pet.
April Fools!
You can. No, well, people do. People have had possums as pets and raccoons and stuff. Yeah.
Huh.
I wouldn't want one. I mean,
I don't want one. Those could be aggressive things. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
It'd be like a cat named Precious, but she wasn't precious. She was hell on fire. It'd be like something like that. No, thank you.
Well, Jorgen, when I first started my stream, the first person in the chat was Christopher.
Okay.
He's a big fan. Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's see if we can bring Christopher in. So we're gonna make you big, Jorgen, and you can show the stuff you showed me on Friday. Let's see if Christopher shows up.
See one
All
more
right,
time.
maybe-
I will.
Christopher. All
There
right.
you go.
Maybe he'll come like Beetlejuice. Who knows?
Well,
right,
remember
Dave,
that
make,
time? Okay, look.
Sometimes.
Remember that time?
Because Beetlejuice was a part of Star Wars.
You said Michael 3 times, and so right after we logged off, Michael uploaded a video about Motley Crue. I am not kidding.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
like, boy, that does work. Creepy.
Well, I just saw the theme for tonight on Royce. It's going to be the Rolling Stones. That's going to be cool.
Yep.
I'm there.
Yep.
I'm definitely there.
I'll be in the chat.
Yeah. So, Dave, if you look in the private chat, I just sent you a message that I sent you the link for Mr. Beckham's Facebook, so you guys can follow each other too.
and somebody wants to say hello to Kate today.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Your guy. No!
What is that?
No!
What the hell?
It's Fred Putterman.
Yeah, it looks like.
Wait, you have like a figure? What is
It's a one of those styrofoam wig heads, and I painted it up. I use it for a couple videos so I could have like a stunt dummy.
what?
I'm not
Do you
looking.
drive around with that guy so police don't pull you over in case you're going in an HOV lane?
I thought about putting them looking outside the window for the neighbors.
If he's supposed to be a stunt double, where's the goatee?
I should have did that, but I forgot.
Put a wig on him and shit.
Yeah,
Wig.
yeah.
I like that. All right, let's see if we can channel Christopher. I'm going to make you big, Jorgen, and you can show your stuff.
Toilet
And
store
any Star
time.
Wars stuff you might have as well. All right, Mr. Emperor,
Show me what?
show the stuff you showed me Friday, the new
I
stuff you
didn't show
got.
anything on Friday.
Yes, you did. You know you did.
I have more than that. Should I start with Star Wars or should I start with stuff?
Oh, we'll start with the Star Wars stuff first. Seeing it's Star Wars.
I have picked a few things. I haven't picked everything, but I picked a few things. I picked some comics that I have.
Ooh.
This is
There you go, Mr. Beckham. You should like this.
Yeah,
comics
the
called
comics tell the
in
side
the
stories.
cloth of the Emperor.
Yeah.
Oh,
In
nice.
Swedish. I'm from Sweden.
Looks like it's falling apart. Oh, wow.
Those are the adventures between A New Hope and Empire, probably.
And we have this is the quality of the sleeve is not perfect, but it's great anyway. The original.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Vintage.
That is
That's
cool.
the original, yeah.
And Return of the Jedi.
Ooh.
Dude, there's so much stuff out there. It's so cool. Like, yeah, there's so much stuff.
Oh, I
out
love
there.
that.
There's
Yeah.
so much art. There's also so much artwork too that's out there.
And we have naturally Miko's disco version.
Uh-huh.
It's funny.
Interesting.
We have the soundtrack of
Ooh, the original Star Wars.
Oh, James. Stop drooling.
we have
I can't
soundtrack
help
of the
it. Return of the
Nice.
Jedi.
soundtrack.
I love the saber in that, the handle.
Yeah, that's so cool.
It's
Yeah.
it's definitely a cool sleeve.
Mhm.
Then we have also episode 1.
Episode
Come to
1.
me.
I
The
have that too
soundtrack.
somewhere.
Yeah, the soundtrack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is what I've picked.
Nice.
Now let's go to the new stuff that had nothing to do with Star Wars.
All right.
Starting with the stuff that I showed James before. This is the 45 Charlene and Stevie Wonder. I had no idea who Charlene was. It's some kind of a light pop singer that had a few successes. Here she is. She did one record on Motown, and here she is with Stevie Wonder.
And I believe she's the same Charlene that's mentioned in Rock the Casbah.
I highly
Charlene
unlikely.
don't like it. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah. She could be. You never know.
What was interesting is that I think that she's one of the few on Motown that has recorded for Motown, and from what I understand, she is white.
Ah.
Because Motown didn't record all that much singers that weren't black, actually.
Didn't Dolly Parton have a song about Charlene? Charlene.
No, Jolene.
Oh, Jolene. I'm sorry, my bad.
Close, but no cigar. This is a jazz album with trombone player Jack Teagarden that I was hoping was really good. It contains some musicians like Lucky Thompson and so on that normally isn't famous for Dixieland in any kind. So I was hoping that this wasn't all that much. It sounded like it was a little bit Dixieland-ish. But that's not why I was very disappointed. It was because of the damn sound, because it sounds like they have been recording it from the entrance of an empty concert hall. It is a horrible sound. So this one, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
At least until I've shown it 9 million other times. But I also found some stuff yesterday.
Ooh. Stuff we haven't seen yet. Nice.
I found a Lionel Hampton CD. This is, from what I understand, not his usual big bands. This is sessions with tentets and nonettes and octets and so on. What is crisps? Crisps. But interesting here is that this seems to be owned by someone called Hans Erik Bergman, which is a famous jazz reviewer in newspapers.
Uh-oh.
I'm looking forward to completing your training. In time, you will call me Christopher Mosk.
That's funny.
Some vinyl that isn't jazz. This is Gloria Lynn, which everybody here knows who it is. This was it was from a car boot sale that they had on the square yesterday. One sold a whole lot of dollar albums. And this, I had no idea who this was, but it is the musicians like Lee Ritenour and Ray Parker Jr., and that can't go wrong. Some funky, smooth
the
stuff.
Ghostbusters dude.
Yeah, but for me, he is a whole lot more than Ghostbusters. He had a group in before Ghostbusters that was called Radio, or Ray Parker Jr., Ray Parker and the Radio. That were a whole lot smoother, a whole lot more softer jazz. This is jazz soul. 1976.
Wow.
Pointer Sisters, Priority from 79. I listened to quick peeks of all of them, and this was the one I was most disappointed at. But I will give it a chance. To spin.
Well, what disappointed you about it?
I'm coming to that.
Oh, okay.
I was disappointed because I have two 70s Pointer Sisters albums. I have one that is really good soul funk album, and one that is more of a Pointer Sisters goes rock and roll, which I'm not a huge fan of their old lady disco from with the I'm So Excited and so on. But Pointer Sisters are a rock and roll group, and unfortunately, this was following in that footsteps. This was also more rock, and Pointer Sisters goes rock. But I will give it a chance. Sheila E.
Ooh.
In Romance 1600, which is the album containing A Love Bizarre.
Nice.
But only one track is produced by Prince.
I
was gonna say, didn't she date Prince?
For a time, yeah.
Yeah.
That I don't know. I listen to music. I don't look in gossip papers. Midnight Star. I bought this band once before, and I was thinking it was so. But for $1, I gave it another chance, and it's nice, funky. For the little I've heard, but then we'll see if it holds for an entire album. From 1982, some really nice soul-y stuff.
Wow. Oh, I got something to show you here from Christopher.
Yeah, you should know that, Christopher. You obviously seem to have been there. Because you know what it contains there. And I actually bought myself a Lennon.
That's funny. Disappointing sisters.
Really?
Yeah. Julian Lennon, that is.
Oh, okay.
And you thought that I was going to say something else?
I thought it was going to be John Lennon there for a second, but that's cool too.
That's a good album.
The Secret of Value of Daydreaming from 1986. I have some singles from this, and it impressed me. So it's going to be very interesting to hear the entire album. This is a follow-up to Balot album, if I'm not wrong.
That is so cool, dude.
That is it.
All right, Emperor. We'll bring you down. See, I told you, once we bring him up, Christopher shows up. I told you.
Has the princess fallen asleep?
I think so.
Is the princess still awake? Or is she frozen?
No,
I did nothing.
Dude, his tricks worked.
You put her to sleep.
Oh my god.
Is she frozen?
No, I think she fell asleep.
I would assume that she's frozen.
He used the force and frozen.
He used the force. Man, one time I fell asleep and I fell asleep on the keyboard and just kept going.
And you landed on the letter Z. Letter Z.
That's happened to me before on here. Well, not on this show, on another show.
Didn't that happen on Danny's once or Paulcast?
I don't remember which one it was, but yeah, it was back when COVID, when we were just on there late at night and drinking and stuff, and I just remember passing out on the keyboard.
Wow, that's funny. So, Jorgen, you don't have The Empire Strikes Back, do you?
I have all movies, but I have them on recorded from television video.
Oh.
Sorry, I meant all the original movies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. He has the original. He has the originals. Yeah.
Kate, wake up.
I mean the original three. I have.
You're up.
I'm up.
Oh, we thought you fell asleep there or froze for a second.
I didn't fall asleep. Okay.
Because Christopher's like, Kate, wake up.
I'm up. Sorry. It's been very stressful.
I have the original three first, and then I have, of course, the Phantom Menace, and I have the three following. Then I lost track.
What's everybody's favorite? Okay, so what's everybody's favorite Star Wars movie?
Me?
I don't know.
Oh God, there's so many.
You gotta pick
I have
one.
two.
You gotta pick one.
Oh God, I think that would be Empire Strikes Back.
That's a good one.
doing?
Return of the Jedi.
I'm up. I'm up.
I'm gonna go with Spaceballs.
I'll go with Jedi. Return of the Jedi for me too.
Mhm.
Only because
I'm out.
Jabba's in it, like the palace scene and all that.
Yeah.
But I love the Battle of Hoth in Empire.
Yeah.
I do like the actor who played Darth Maul or something.
Oh yeah,
The guy with the black and red face paint. I like
Yeah.
him. He had really good lightsaber skills.
Ray Park.
right. Yeah, he's a weapons expert. Essence, the ability to do all that stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, oh really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Well,
yeah, that was all him.
Oh man, that was crazy how he was like, like flipping that lightsaber around. I'm like, that is just so awesome in my
He
opinion.
can still do that. He can still do that one. I saw
I
this.
saw on Facebook yesterday.
Yeah, he can still do that
Yeah.
one move where he flips in the air sideways, a little bit sideways, and spins the his weapon. He can still do it, even though he's aged
Yeah, I know, it's cool.
20 years, 20 something years. Yeah.
I actually found I actually saw 2 days ago that they have made a pillow out of Jabba the Hutt.
I'm
Really?
up.
Oh man, what is that? What is that? Poop?
I
Poop
think
emoji.
it will be that, yes.
Poop emoji? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a poop emoji.
Wait, what?
And then in Spaceballs, we got Pizza the Hut, and then I think they made another joke about that too in Weird Science, where she turns the brother into something kind of like Pizza the Hut.
Really? I didn't know that was in there.
Princess Kate likes a good sleeper hold from Darth Maul. Christopher.
Whoa.
I'm ignoring Christopher because all I hear are toilet sounds. So
No.
yeah, keep talking, Christopher. You can talk. Like, can you walk the walk? I don't think so. Keep talking.
You see, Beckham, this is my favorite part of the show. Every time Jorgen comes on, they bicker who's got the better albums. Oh, you bought that at the toilet store. No, you did stuff.
That's funny.
Kate,
How many
Glam?
albums do you have?
They could
Jorgen?
wake you up before they go. Oh.
How many records do you have in your collection, Jordan?
Well,
About. And are they?
That's the question I get most of all.
And are they in a?
Yeah. Point, but now we're in Star Wars.
I think.
And
it
are
is
they in a
around-
specific order? Like, do you have them in a specific order, or I'm sorry, organized?
all of this is jazz and down. All of this and down is stuff that I have yet to listen to.
Oh wow!
All behind that door.
Yeah.
Behind that door.
Yeah.
I have 80s soul and verse. That shelf is 70s pop and soul. And I have stuff down in the cellar also. And below there, I have 80s pop and the 80s music and Swedish music.
Wow.
And the entire shelf with CDs there is jazz CDs. And then I have stuff also around here.
So do you listen daily, and how does your listen, like, do you like designate maybe like an hour a day, 2 hour, like a?
Let's just say that listen way too few, because I have other stuff that I like old radio shows also that I listen to. I like podcasts that I also listen to.
Yeah.
I like stand-up comedy stuff that I listen to, but I try to. I have no kind of routine, but I have a blog that I need to update with new stuff that I review new records that those I listen to. So
yeah, I was gonna ask you, like when the new stuff that you say you still have to listen to, you have a whole shelf of that up there, right? So are you gonna review it or
at the floor?
Okay, yeah. That's interesting.
So, but mostly listening to Newport stuff for my blog.
Gotcha.
But as how much I have, I have. Well, it is maybe around total CDs and vinyl combined together. Might be a couple of thousand, some thousands.
Wow, that's a lot.
And their shelf with 45s also.
Are you a Beatles fan?
No, not really. But I think they have done a few great stuff. I don't hate them. I think there are some songs that I really like, but wouldn't call myself a fan of them. But they have done some good stuff. But I like Ellen Rigby. I like All My Lovin'. I like Hard Day's Night and Strawberry Fields Forever.
Good one.
So, Christopher, did you know that your buddy Jorgen was interviewed for a website, and he showed me the picture of him when he was at the record fair last weekend?
I can't show it because I don't have it on the phone.
No. But it's true, Jorgen. I mean, yes. Christopher. And Jorgen says Jorgen has a lot of crappy records. He buys them all the time.
Hey, now.
I know. I try to imitate you. Don't you see that? You're
Whenever
my hero of crappy records.
Yeah, I mean, you have more records than I do, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Now, my question to you, Mr. Beckham, is: do you have any records?
No, not like that. No.
No?
I have all my stuff saved on iTunes.
Ah.
Well, I was
and it's just everything, just some 60s, some 70s, 80s,
60s, 70s.
I just have just random. Yeah, it's just random stuff. Yeah, just from everywhere.
I'm very open-minded with music. There's a lot of music, other taste of music I do like.
But man, some of you guys have some amazing music collections for sure.
Oh yeah.
Jorgen, I was going to ask you, if you were hosting a party and you had to have the best 5 records to play at this party, what would be your 5 records that you put out?
That is interesting because what you play at a party and what you think is the best for your home is 2 different things.
That is true. That's a good point. That's true.
You have to get a feel for the room, feel for the crowd.
Yeah,
particular vibe.
I assume that the ground question is, what is my favorite records?
Sure. There you go.
I was just looking right now.
Dave, what do you have your 5 favorite?
I got a few favorite records. There you go.
Life saving box. If we caught a fire here.
Oh wow, that's interesting. You have your favorites like protected in case. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's interesting.
This is like his holy grails.
Right. That's awesome though. That's pretty cool that he has his like in case of a fire happened, he protected him.
It's
funny, but it's That's pretty cool though.
I have some that I have been showing in a video recently. I haven't put it in back yet. But here we have Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psyche. This is a really amazing summer album with amazing sound. Alphaville. For a childhood memory, this is this is one of the top 2 best albums ever.
Wow.
This is Paul Hardcastle's debut, the one with 1919.
I like that cover.
This was the first album ever
cool.
I bought with my own money.
Oh.
And we have Jean-Michel Jarre, Oxygen. Duh.
Oh, that's cool.
We have Level 42, Running in a Family, Funky as Hell. Depeche Mode, naturally. My Homeboys, Violator.
Yeah, I love Depeche Mode.
Nick Kershaw, another nostalgia, The Riddle. From Bangles, Susanna Hoffs, one of the best. This might be the best album ever. Her solo debut, When You Were a Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I always had a crush on her.
I think
did
most
too.
people did.
We're not the only ones, I guess.
Oh Lord.
And we have Fleetwood Mac, Rumors.
Of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
classic.
And a couple of jazz ones. This is my favorite jazz pianist, Lenny Tristano, in an early recording that is so amazing. And one of my favorite big band leaders, Boyd Rayburn's very forgotten but amazing, unique in his style. So this is my favorite albums ever.
Ever?
Nice.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. And
It's,
Christopher
many
says,
asked, so I have it close.
Holy grails, holy crap.
he says, "Holy Grails, holy crap!"
They can't be holy grail since I already have them.
That's true. That is very true.
All
Yeah.
right.
I got rid of a bunch of CDs, but I think right now I still probably have, I don't know, 1,000, 1,200 CDs.
Good
And
Lord.
about,
Yeah.
about
Wow.
450 or 500
Well,
records.
the storage room here, I have like 2 big bins of CDs that I've collected throughout the years. I mean, I have some on this shelf over here, and then I have some in the storage room. And it's just, ugh. Yeah, I know I need to get rid of them, but they're my babies.
I should put those records back that I was wrong that I haven't put back.
Yeah, I had duplicates of stuff and stuff I hadn't listened to for a while. I said, I'm not going to listen to this again. So I donated all those. But the ones that I did keep, I might still get rid of some of those. But I had to get some binders to put them in because I didn't have room to store them in the cases, because even the case isn't very big. It still took up a ton of room.
Sure, of course.
So I bought these binders that hold almost 500 each one. I've got
That's
5
good.
binders, and the last one's about halfway filled up. So maybe I got 1,500.
Yeah, I'm going to buy a couple binders myself.
Wow.
I know when I went to Goodwill one time, because back in my thrift a lot, and while I was at Goodwill one time, somebody dropped off this big collection of like Guns N' Roses on CD.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And there's absolutely no way I was going to pass those up, so I just picked those off the shelf and bought them. There's like no way those should be in there. No way.
You've been there, Christopher? I didn't see you.
Now, Dave, I just sent you the picture from the website that Jorgen sent you from being on the front cover thing. On your Instagram, is there a way that you can probably pop it up here on the screen so we can show it to Christopher and everybody?
Oh,
else?
you sent it to my Instagram. Okay.
Yeah, because I can't send it to Facebook.
That was cool about being interviewed. That was cool.
Yeah, because I showed it to Kate and I showed it to George and I showed it to Danny.
I was going to say that I actually have a yearly culling where I remove records that I don't listen to all that much of that I thought was not as good as I thought. So I'm trying to keep it in the same month of records that I have.
All right.
Oh, geez. Well, Ricky, I found the original Preston and Fleetwood Mac. So there's definitely no way I was going to
Mission accomplished.
do that here.
And there's Jorgen all circled up. And
Very
he's
nice.
bent over looking for records. There he is, Christopher.
Jeez.
Yeah. There you go.
Interesting thing is that the reporter came to me when I was standing on my knees digging under the table, and she said, "Someone who's digging that gets down on his knees and dig must be really enthusiastic." And I think around 13, 14 years ago, I was in a newspaper then also from the fair, and the reporter there said exactly the same thing. Someone who's get on his knees must be really enthusiastic. Do you only have one way to introduce yourself on that paper?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's where all the good stuff is. People are too lazy to get down and dig.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I do. Like when I go to antique stores or even thrift places, I do have to go really dig deep, like into a bin or way behind a shelf.
Either they are too lazy or I'm too lazy to pick the boxes up and lift them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but to make that website is really cool, man.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That is neat.
Yeah, you must. How long have you been collecting, Jorgen? I don't know if I ever asked you before.
Depends on what you mean collecting.
Like collecting records in general.
Yeah, the Paul Hardcastle album I showed, my first record that I bought was bought back in 1986, but I didn't see myself as a collector back then. So maybe early 90s maybe. I might start even though I called myself music collector back then, but same difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I started collecting vinyl when I was 15.
I think I was about the same age.
I mean, 15.
Or maybe younger.
It's just when we actually had record stores here, that was my happy day. Now we don't anymore. So.
Well, I was 8 years old when I got into Elvis Presley, and I was collecting Elvis records for the longest time before that fateful summer of '85 when I fell in love with the Beatles. And it's been a love affair ever since. Well, as you can see, Mr. Beckham, my banner on my Facebook page is the Beatles.
Oh yeah, I know you're a Beatles fan. I know you're like, that's your favorite. That's why when my uncle passed away, remember we came across that Beatles book, and I was like, oh, I think, I didn't want it to get thrown away, and then I was like, well, I remembered you being a Beatles fan, and I was like, I think you would like it or something.
Oh yeah, cool. I told Daddy right away. Yes, here's my address. Give it to him. I'll take it. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't want it to like get thrown away or something like that, because he was a musician. And he had a bunch of stuff, he had a musical instrument, guitars, drum set, all kinds of stuff. And we came across that, and I was like, oh man, nobody was my aunts, they weren't Beatles fans, and I wasn't like that or anything like that. And I just didn't want it to get, like I said, thrown away or something. So I was just like, hey, I remembered you were. So I was like, yeah, I think I might know who might want to take this or have it. So.
Oh yeah, I still have it.
No, I also grew up listening to a lot of oldies, like not just the Beatles, but I got like the older rock the Kings, the Doors, all that stuff. Then you go to the 60s. I love 60s Motown and all that jazz. Good stuff.
And she's also a huge fan of the Monkees.
I am. Total dork. I'm a fangirl, not gonna lie. I'm a fangirl.
Oh yeah, she is definitely big time. 100%. Mm-hmm. So what is Han Solo going to be cooking tonight in the Millennium Falcon?
Not sure yet. It's still too early. So it's only 12:15 here, so we got
about 12:50. I'm an hour ahead of you.
Yeah.
My guess is fried Wookiee.
Stuffed Ewok, actually.
Not Wook, but Wookiee.
Well, make some blue milk.
I've been seeing that. I've been seeing that.
Yeah, I know that there's some grocery store to celebrate May 4th. They actually had a small jug of blue milk for sale.
Really?
Interesting.
I saw that people were buying it.
Of course they were.
Yeah.
You know the scene in Star Wars: New Hope when Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen are sitting there with Luke, and they're having their supper or dinner, whatever you want to call it. I think they're promoting Tupperware because everything was it looked like Tupperware plates and stuff and bowls and cups and.
I know Walt Disney World, they have a really cool restaurant that's like really themed into the whole Star Wars thing.
Tupperware was pretty popular when that movie came out, so possibly they used Tupperware to cut down on production costs and just kind of.
Actually, I heard that scene where they filmed that scene, the dinner scene. They said it was in a hotel or something of some sort. And if you watch like the 1997 special edition of Star Wars, just before they when Luke shoots the controls for the bridge, I'm gonna have to swing across. If you look at Princess Leia and you pause it ever so slowly and go in slow motion, you can see the bullets coming out of her gun. You ever notice that?
Mm-mm.
If you play that in slow, watch it again, play it in slow mo, and you'll see the bullets coming out of the gun.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
And do you notice when 3PO's arm is broken off? It's this side, but the angle of the arm that's on the ground is the other side. Like the camera angle's not right.
Oh, okay.
You know the scene I'm talking about.
When
after the Sand People.
Oh, when they attack Luke.
Yeah. His arm's not in the right place.
Now you're gonna have me looking for it.
Yes, it's his left hand, but the arm looks the other way.
Oh, okay.
When it's on the ground. It's like it's mirrored or something.
I really enjoy this. I really enjoy the dialogue and the scene where, Obi-Wan is taking him back. He saved Luke from the attack of the Sand People.
Yeah.
And just their exchange when he's telling him about his dad and that kind of thing. I really like the dialogue in that scene.
I love Han's line. Where did you dig up that old fossil?
That's what he calls him?
Yeah, where did you dig up that old fossil? I love Han's sarcasm.
He's always been sarcastic.
Will somebody please get this big walking carpet out of my way?
Anybody seen that where Harrison Ford was a part of a TV show, and of course he is prepared, but he stands and behind the scene is someone dressed as Chewbacca, and he's done having an argument with Chewbacca, saying that he can't stand Chewbacca because Chewbacca has screwed with his wife. And then it all ends up with Han Solo, with Harrison Ford taking his mic off and walking out and saying, "I can't be in the same room as this guy."
Oh man.
Oh. I'm gonna have Shelly watch Revenge of the Sith today later.
Oh yeah, that'll be cool.
Mm-hmm. That way she can see all three of them, and then from there go to the Clone Wars, and she can focus on the Clone Wars for a while, and then figure out where the timeline is and where to kind of bring her back into it. The more caught up, with all the catching up to do.
I don't know if it was Return of the Jedi, but there's a guy with a beard, and they think it might be Captain Rex from
one of the he's one of the older looking guy that where they come up on The planet where the Ewoks are?
Yeah, Andor.
Andor. Yeah, they come up on Andor. Yeah, so if you see the older guy with the white beard, that's supposed to be Captain Rex. It's a really quick shot too. So that's supposedly Captain Rex. It's a quick shot. It's a quick shot though. He's probably like already like at that point he's probably like late 50s, middle 50s, late 50s.
When did the stormtroopers become the stormtroopers we know from the original Star Wars? Because they look different back then.
They do look different, and they're not as okay. So all the clone troopers, were really, remember, they all were the clone of Jango Fett, so they were all really good at fighting and shooting and all that kind of stuff, right? Warfare. So in order for the Empire, I mean, remember, the Empire had to go get money, right? I mean, just because you're the Empire doesn't mean you don't need any money. You still need financial backing to keep your establishment running. So for them to go cheaper, they just started recruiting regular people to be their stormtroop, their infantry, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they got rid of Camino. They get rid of Camino, so you couldn't clone any badass anymore. They got away from that. And it was actually very expensive to clone, so they just went for the regular Joe Schmo off the street. And then that's why the stormtroopers are not very accurate and are not very good at, basically the warfare or fighting.
Yeah,
that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, they're trying to cut a lot of costs. Actually,
you're right, exactly.
They decided to reach out to me to see if I could help them with some of the special effects, and I submitted this and it just got shot down. I was really hoping it was going to be in the final cut, but it didn't make it. So
yeah, okay, sure, okay.
So yeah,
yeah, okay.
Ooh, so scary.
Yeah,
what are we watching?
The days of our
lives. This is a UFO that flew over my house.
It's a rusty UFO.
There's the giant port right there where they zap
you up.
Yep.
Then why didn't you go with it?
It looks like a crater.
Yeah, it does.
They had all the lights off because they're trying to be stealth.
I have a funny story about that, about the stealth bomber.
All right,
go for it.
Well, not a funny story, but like, so what? Desert Storm was in 1990, right? And that's where the U.S. military unveiled the actual stealth bomber. In that, when we attacked in the Gulf War, when we attacked Iraq. So that was what, 1990. Yeah. So like, my buddy in high school was like, yeah, because he was his mom. His dad was Sioux Indian, right? So I think their tribe is in one of the Dakotas, North Dakota or South Dakota. I forgot which one. I think I want to say South Dakota. So anyway, he was he was there visiting his dad. He was a teenager, like 12, 13, or like 13, 14 years old. Probably more like 12, I believe, in the timeline here. So he said it was late at night out there. He was laying on his, he's just laying up looking at the stars. And he saw, check this out. He saw, and I think there's a big Air Force base out there somewhere too, right? So he saw in the middle, in the dark night, he saw the stealth bomber just fly over, no noise. He saw it just fly over him, and he never said a word about it.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? They were doing like probably some night flying mission, or not a mission. They were probably test flying it or something in the night. And
so you couldn't hear it.
Yeah, he just saw. He didn't hear it. He just saw it fly over. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Like, when he told me that story, we were in high school, like our senior year or something. And he was telling me about it or something, because I think something came over the news about it at the time of dealing with some kind of. And he's like, "Yeah, check this out. I was visiting my dad and this and that, and I was looking up at the sky, laying there, and I just saw the stealth thing fly over." Can you imagine seeing that as a kid? I mean, the stealth bomber looks like something out of Batman, like something Batman would have.
It's
And
pretty
just
wild.
I don't know. I would be really scared at first.
Huh?
I would have been scared at first.
Oh yeah, I mean, being like what 12 years old to see that fly over you.
Oh no.
He never said, he didn't say anything to nobody about it. He was just kind of freaked out about it.
I've seen the stealth bomber.
I'm pretty sure he didn't want to get in trouble either if he were to say something.
Yeah.
I saw it at an air show 91, 92-ish.
The stealth bomber?
Yeah, they at an air show, they actually flew it, and I saw it.
Yeah, we unveiled it during the Gulf War. We used it. The thing about the stealth bomber, it was the first like aircraft that could not be seen on radar. That was the whole thing about it.
My dad was telling me about. My dad's a former Navy veteran. Even though it's like a whole different thing, but I remember him telling my brother and I about that.
Yeah, that was the whole thing about the stealth bomber. It couldn't be detected on radar.
Thank you, Lisa. She's building an IKEA bed.
There you go. Good luck to you, Lisa.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no extra parts, and you'll be all right.
And it looks cool though. Like I said, it looks like it's something out of Batman. If you look
yeah, the bomber's pretty cool.
It's cool looking. Yeah, it is.
And I got to see that close at the air show, the stealth bomber.
I had to
black and looks really cool. It looks like the bat.
It looks something like out of Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, we lived pretty close to a place called Edwards Air Force Base, and I had to double check the date on Google. But when the first space shuttle came back in, it flew over our house. And it rattled our windows with the sonic booms.
Well, did it really?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa,
we didn't know what was going on until we turned on the news. And I go, oh, there might be some explosions heard off in the distance. It sounded like people were setting stuff off right outside our house. Our windows were out, just like boom. And then about a couple minutes later, boom. It's like it was impressive.
Wow.
And they only did that one other time because too many people complained about the sonic booms and you're gonna break my windows. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that. But it was pretty impressive.
That's pretty cool to experience something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah, some of those. But going to air shows, I went to a few air shows as a kid. My son loves planes too, so I've been to quite a few things as an
I've been to a couple myself. Yeah,
it's amazing some of the things that the Germans put out. You know, it's like if they would have planned things a little bit better, they probably would have won World War II. Their strategy was off a bit, but you know the technologies.
What about the Japanese? I think I saw a show one of the main reasons we decided to nuke Japan, or I don't mean to sound it like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
to go ahead and use the nuclear bomb on Japan was of course the battle in the sea was tough, but that they had the technology, they were right there on the cusp of having the technology of fighter jets. So if you would have given them enough time for production and all that, of a fighter jet compared to what we had, regular those planes, the fighter planes, they would have wiped the floor with us.
Yeah, well, the Zeros that they had were cutting edge for their time, and they were one of the fastest planes out there. It was just
And I saw a show on that one time.
You're just like wow, but
they went ahead and said, hey, we need to just do it, or go ahead and move forward. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's a good question for you, Mr. Beckham. What is your favorite ship in Star Wars, in the whole Star Wars universe?
For the good guys, it's the Millennium Falcon, of course.
Oh, me too, all the way, Millennium Falcon.
But I also like the
X-Wing.
Bad guys. The what?
The X-Wing. I like the X-Wing.
Oh, you like the X-Wing? Oh man. No, not Vader's. Whose ship is cool on the bad guy side?
Slave One, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talking about Slave One? Are you talking about what's his name? Ship is pretty cool
Boba
too.
Fett.
Boba Fett. But I like Carlo Ren's ship.
Oh yeah.
His looks pretty cool for a bad guy ship. Let's see, Kylo Ren. I don't know the name of his ship, but it looks pretty cool. You get to see it a couple times.
And I love that Star Destroyer at the beginning of A New Hope.
That's what I was going to say. The Star Destroyer. It's just so massive and looming. It's just
then there's a Super Star Destroyer.
So his ship, Kylo Ren's ship, is called the TIE Silencer.
Ah.
Yeah, I just thought that was cool for a bad guy ship. The way it looks. It's got a presence. Like the wings come up. It's like the Osprey. It's like the Bell helicopter Osprey, how it flies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got like the wings up, and then it just extends itself. So it can be like it's a little showy, you know, it's a little show offish, but it can be kind of like, oh, he's you know, oh look, he's coming, you know, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The presence, it's definitely for presence.
And Dusty, if you're still here, if she can't do it, then well, we'll just have to hire Wood Girl.
No, you would like that.
Well, Dusty would. You know who Wood Girl is, don't you, Mr. Beckham?
Who?
Wood Girl. She makes what she needs. She's a YouTuber.
Oh, I don't know.
She wears skimpy outfits, but she builds things out of wood. But you know what? She doesn't wear safety goggles.
That's my problem with her. No gloves, no safety goggles. No, she just takes safety and throws it right out the window. It's just, I can't watch her.
What does she use? Like a chainsaw? Does she use a chainsaw?
Well, she uses power equipment. She uses
power
good equipment like planes and band saws and table saws and everything.
Oh man!
But no protective equipment.
The problem is that if she would have protective equipment, she wouldn't look sexy. And that would be a problem for her channel. She wouldn't have any kind of viewers with that.
I hope, man.
But how sexy is she going to be with the big eye patch? Well, I take that back. There's that movie that Angelina Jolie in with the eye patch. Never mind. The eye patch.
Dude, I've read a couple of stories. I've read a few stories where for people that have hurt themselves using a chainsaw, the cut, you know, when the chain gets stuck and you have the force that repels back. Man, I've heard people cut like a finger off or
the kickback's lethal.
Yeah, and like there's been 2 stories that I've read where they've cut their throats on accident.
Yeah, a friend of my dad,
because you're coming back and it's you're right,
yeah, my dad's friend, he had a tree trimming service, and he was cutting palm fronds. He's up on a tree, had the harness and stuff, and he's cutting through them and everything. And this guy was always took care of safety and stuff.
He's always safe.
But the thing kicked back, and before he could let go to shut the thing off, it laid open his chest. It didn't go deep, but he had to get a bunch of stitches. It was probably like about a 22 inch. Just
that's in there.
It cut through muscle.
See, he's lucky he didn't hit a nerve or something.
Man. Oh
yeah.
He was extremely fortunate.
Well, I have to look that up, Dusty.
Yeah, and there was another guy that was working for him that he kept getting. It was a son of one of his friends, and he kept talking to the dad and the son because the son would come to work drunk all the time, high all the time, and stuff. And the guy would not listen. He just kept doing it, and he got threatened to get fired a few times. And they had him running the chipper, and he tried to clean it out, and it sucked him in up to his knees.
No way.
Yeah, and then the guy he just sold his business right after that. He couldn't deal with it anymore.
Oh my!
He felt so bad about this kid and the family and stuff, and it was just it really did a number on him. He never talked about it, but you could just tell his demeanor.
Yeah,
it completely changed. It'd be like talking to somebody who before they went to Vietnam and after they came back from 2 tours or Desert Storm. I mean, it's just like
it's called post-traumatic.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, man, you got to be when you're doing that kind of stuff, you got to be even like you said, you can even still be safe, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Something can happen. Yeah.
Well, this kid was like always like taking guards off stuff, and this kid, he was like in his early 20s. He was like
cool, Lisa.
19 or 20.
And even if you're just using an axe, have you ever axed wood? Like even if you're
Oh,
just
yeah.
using wood, man, you can still hurt yourself. You still
Yeah,
gotta be
it's
careful. You
easy to
still
do.
gotta-
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing could fly off. The head of the thing could. I mean, you still gotta like be careful that nobody's around
stupid
you.
me! I forgot. I forgot to show this.
All right, make you big.
I forgot I had this.
Oh yeah, season 2 of The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to be honest with you. I don't really cry. Like at funeral, I'm one of those people that don't. But man, when Luke appeared in The Mandalorian season 2 to save Grogu, I shed a tear, man. I don't know why. Just I don't know, maybe nostalgia or whatever. You know, bringing back memories of being a kid, whatever it was. Yeah, that was a pretty cool moment when Luke came back.
Oh yeah, and at the end of the season finale,
Yeah,
when
season
Luke
2
was
of
there,
the
I was like,
yeah.
yes,
Mhm.
we got
The
Luke.
episode is called The Rest. The name of the episode is called The Rescue. Yeah.
That was so cool when we get to see Luke.
Yeah.
But it was actually Mark Hamill, but they fixed his face to look younger.
Yeah, they used a little bit of CGI. I didn't mind it. I thought it was cool. It was fine with me. A lot of people were like, "Oh, it looks too fake." I'm like, nah. Well, what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm. All right, this is an easy one. Let's see if you can guess this line. Who's more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows it?
Vince McMahon.
Is that a wrestling line?
This is a Star Wars line. Who's more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows it? Come on, Beckham, you should know this. This is easy.
I don't know.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, most likely.
That is right, Jorgen.
Huh.
Stormtroopers were no longer clones by the time the First Order took over.
Mhm.
That's why Finn was a stormtrooper. But they did kidnap and force people into servitude to stormtroopers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why they weren't as good as in battle and stuff, or they were always like not very good in battle because they didn't end up. They were no longer the clones.
They were like the red shirted people in Star Trek who always die. Pretty much. That's what the stormtroopers were like.
I would go to that.
They make them a little goofy in Kenobi, the stormtroopers. There's a couple of scenes, you know, they're just kind of regular, you know, kind of goofy a little bit. Where one guy gets cut in half. Remember that scene?
Yeah.
Where he fell and gets cut in half. That was actually pretty cool.
Well, this line you might get. Let's see. You can't always win, but there are alternatives to fighting.
Oh, isn't that true?
Jesse Ventura in the WWE.
That's another Obi-Wan line.
I was gonna say that's Obi-Wan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Lisa, I heard that pre-release. I heard the Star Wars world is a lot of fun. I have not been. I'm hoping to one day go to Disney.
Thank you, Dusty.
Disneyland.
I want to go there too and go on. I want to fly the Falcon.
You can build your own lightsaber and all kind. I mean, you can do it there.
Yeah, I would not find my own lightsaber.
And you can build a droid too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can build your own lightsaber and your own droid and stuff.
You can build your own droid. A whole bunch of things. Yeah. Not gonna lie, building your lightsaber would be cool.
Yeah, it would be. I would try to do it like Luke's in Return of the Jedi, the green one.
Yeah, what color lightsaber would be your favorite?
No, I will have the.
I would say the green one because originally they had to redo all the lightsaber scenes in Return of the Jedi because they found that the blue one didn't work
Oh, that's
against the
right. They
colors.
changed the color. Yeah, you're right. That's right. It was
Because
blue.
when you actually see the posters, it's
Hmm.
blue, but in the
Right.
movie it's green.
I'm glad they went with green. I love green. I just love the way it looks in against the sand, and I think that's one of the reasons the blue didn't look very. It didn't pop with
Yeah, it didn't
with
show up
that scene.
properly.
Yeah, it didn't pop to get your attention. So the green did. So they went with
Yeah,
green,
yeah.
which I love the green. It's cool. That's my favorite color for the lightsaber.
Oh
Now,
yeah,
of course, the red is for bad guys, right? So,
yeah.
but if
Yeah,
you're in between, what's that?
I was gonna see if I like the red ones better.
Yeah, those are the Sith Lords.
So
Yeah,
you
but
want to go to the dark side of the
he wants to go to
force.
the dark side. You gotta take Princess off the name.
I never said I was a princess either.
You could be Darth Kate.
And it'd be like Darth. Yeah.
No,
Um,
I only said princess just for James's sake. We
but
both
like
all
if
know.
you're
you
in
know,
between, like good and evil, you get I think it turns you get orange, the color orange.
I don't know, I kind of like
I
the dark.
always love that scene in Revenge of the Sith when Obi-Wan comes up to Darth Grievous or whatever his name is, and he goes, "Hello there." And he says, "I am good in your Jedi arts." He's like, with all the lightsabers. I love the
General
sound of
Grievous.
that.
Yeah, General Grievous. Yeah.
General Grievous when he comes at him, spinning them. That's so cool.
Yeah, he likes collect. He kills Jedi's and keeps their lightsabers. Yeah.
Yeah, and George Lucas
Well,
is the
the only
voice of
reason I
him.
like red is because of I like the style of Darth Maul's. I thought that was
Darth.
a really neat style of a
Yes,
lightsaber.
like a
Kylo Ren has a
Sith
cool
Lord.
looking lightsaber.
Yeah, his has the sides on the thing. Yeah.
Well, you understand why they didn't use blue for the lightsaber color, correct?
Why?
Because they shot it on a blue background so they could film it. Either they use this is called chroma key, and they either use a green background or they'll use blue, depending on what they have going on. And you can see how they have the different colored poles for the lightsabers, and then they CGI the effect afterwards. But they'll shoot it against a green background or blue background here in this case, and then later they'll superimpose whatever scene they want to.
Now, is that so? So the reasoning for like in Return of the Jedi, the reason they went with green was because, right, the back.
Yeah, because they use blue. Because it depends on the camera. They figure out that like with different lighting and stuff, some things work better with a green background. A lot of things work better with a blue background. You just want to make sure you don't have that particular color. That's why they're wearing a lot of browns and stuff, so it would go and not spill. What they call it spill over, where they get their halo around themselves of the color. So it's kind of interesting. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
I didn't know that. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's why they changed the color to green. But it worked out. I think it looks awesome. I think it's great.
It does. It does.
And you know what, Mr. Beckham, when I heard Duel of Fates for the first time, you know what I thought they were saying at the beginning? Corn on the cob, corn on the cobba. It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like that. That's a great piece of music.
Yeah. That's what it, man. That's another thing is the music that Star Wars had, implemented or created along with the movie.
Oh, my cousin
so
Glenn.
Mhm.
My cousin Glenn. You know what he has for her ringtone for his wife when his wife calls him?
Oh God, Darth Vader music.
Dun, 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 whenever he calls it,
That's
says,
so
"Oh, that's my
wrong,
wife."
dude. That's so wrong. His wife's calling him, so he uses that.
Says a lot about their relationship.
Yeah.
I looked at him like, Glenn, we have to talk. What's going on here? Why do you have the Imperial March Darth Vader theme for your wife? And he starts laughing. I was like, okay.
Well, speaking of that, so one of the best shots I think in Star Wars in all the movies is in Return of the Jedi, when the Emperor comes to the base, and Vader meets him, and they're walking together in front of all lined up, all the stormtroopers are lined up, all the officers are lined up, and everybody's just in perfect leaning, or as they're walking towards the base. I think that's one of the coolest shots, and the music in the background with it too.
Actually, that's a matte painting.
Is it?
Really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the middle part, that's where all the people were actually walking for real. But the stormtroopers on that side and the other side, it's all a matte painting.
Mm.
And they just had that empty part after the ship and the real people walking through.
I think that's one of the best shots of the whole series.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
That's where George was good at, man. He was good as a director, like getting these shots. Or that's where his creativity comes in with these shots of
Mm-hmm. I've got a book somewhere. It's packed away, but I found it on eBay. I think I paid like about $75 for it, but it's called the Art Behind Industrial Light and Magic, and it shows all the different things with the models and all the different camera angles and stuff. It's really, really interesting.
For Star Wars?
For Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, a bunch of different movies. It's really, really cool.
But if you look at the X-wings or the snow speeders, they look like they can actually fly for real.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could have made that happen. They look light enough that you can actually fly it for real.
But what they do I'll have to find the video again, but they had put them, they have like a thing, it's kind of like a mechanical bull that you sit on, but it's the same shade of blue as the background is. And what they do is they go over later and they lay the image of the racer or whatever they are and stuff. They put it in there. And when they actually shot like I always call them the AT-ATs, the AT-ATs, the models are like about 1.5 inches, 2 inches tall, but they look gigantic because of the force perspective.
Yeah, they're actually stop motion.
Yeah.
Same with the chess pieces.
Mm-hmm. But I used to just mess around in my garage before I moved with green screen and stuff. And I do stuff like that with my stuff, doing skits with playing both characters.
That's funny.
Yeah, this guy got a ticket. Yeah, this guy got a ticket for parking. Yeah.
Nice wig.
Yeah, but this van in the background, this guy was on YouTube for a while, but he got kicked off because he's always trying to pick fights and threaten to beat up people and stuff, and everybody's afraid of him. So I made a bunch of parody videos of him. But this is actually a picture of his van that he actually lived in for 8 years. It was like a van conversion just by choice and stuff. And he'd always tell people they needed to pay him money or he's going to leave and all this stuff. So I took an image of his van and then I just kind of superimposed myself over it, video and stuff. It was pretty funny. It was just kind of hard getting the timing because the place I was doing the green screen at, I didn't really have enough room to do it properly. So I was using foot area that's like about 5 feet by about 3 feet. And you can kind of see on the back of my head where I'm the cop, there's a little bit of green glow back there.
Play a bit of it so we get an idea.
So yeah. What's that?
Play a bit of it so we get an idea.
Oh, okay.
Stuff, and I was down in Mexico having the tooth work done, and I've been driving since last night, all the way up here from Mexico, all the way to get here. You came, and I just want to stop the rig for a little bit to get something to eat. We're not even going to stay here all night. We're just planning on stopping right now. And this jerkwad over here, he just comes up and he starts throwing the fit. I can't find my Prius. I want to find my Prius. I don't know what his problem is. I'm about ready. If I felt better,
you need to calm
I would
down.
knock his block off. I'm an alpha male. I don't take anything from anybody.
You need to calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down.
You need to calm down, sir. This is his spot.
What? You better have some better signs out there, because
this is his spot to park.
People are going to do this all the time.
That's enough of that.
You're doing a parody on a guy that.
How many hours did that take?
I thought it up. The hardest part was scripting it and finding, doing a couple test shots with the camera. I think time all together with editing and everything was probably about 12 hours, maybe 8 hours, 12 hours.
Wow.
But how do you superimpose yourself and two characters on the screen at the same time?
Well, what I did is in my garage, I had pieces of tape, and I do a couple test shots to see where I would be on the screen. So I'm not moving around a lot as either character. The one character I was moving around a bit, but the other one I was being as stationary as I could. And I had marks of where I thought the other character would be. I'd have a piece of tape that I'd focus on that piece of tape.
Ah.
But I had it all scripted out and stuff. So because there's another one I did with the same guy, and he went on the Dr. Phil show, and he ended up getting beat up by Dr. Phil. So.
That's my favorite one.
That's the one. That's where I actually made this dummy head for that video.
Oh Lord!
I like
it
that.
Was just
that
fun.
Thing.
Yeah, it was fun. Just making dumb videos and stuff on the cheap and stuff, and just trying to figure out.
No, it's all fun, man. It's when you find something you like to do. It's fun.
Oh yeah, I'd figure out. Okay, how do I want to pull this off with spending the least amount of money possible? And right. I did a lot of stuff on the cheap, and it was people go, "Wow, how'd you do that? How'd you do that?"
Oh, and Mr. Beckham, he's got some cool ones where he's, those the boxes are like fake things. You remember where it's an appliance or something, but it's not real. Remember the joke things that you were showing? You know what I'm talking about.
The one from earlier?
No. Dave knows what I'm talking about.
How would you make okay, so Dave, if you're filming something like to move, how would you do that? Would you like film a segment, like a segment with the object in a certain manner and then move it? Then film again, and
it's stop motion.
Forever, man.
It takes forever. Yeah,
Have you tried it?
I have not tried it. You need to have a lot better equipment than I have. I was just using my camera phone, but you have to actually literally take a second or half a second. You take a picture and you do it frame by frame. I tried doing it and it came out kind of jumpy. I tried doing it once and I go, I'll come back to this later, but I never really got around to it. But you have to have the lighting has to be just right, and you take precise measurements of how you do stuff. The guy who was the greatest at this was a guy named Harry. His name was Harryhausen, and he did Jason and the Argonauts, The Voyage of Sinbad, all those ancient movies. And you do like clay models, and you move them just a fraction of an inch. Take a picture of it, and then move it more and move it more. So then he'd have all these things. I mean, it would take him months just to do like 20 seconds of thinking on, but his work was amazing. He was very patient, and he was able.
I was gonna say you gotta have patience, man. Oh
yeah, oh yeah.
That's cool. I like that. That's neat. I didn't even know that. That's cool.
You gotta have patience for that.
Where did it go? Let's see. I can't find that, but
Oh, Wallace and Gromit. I remember them, yeah. They're a claymation. And same with Sean.
Oh, yeah. Or Chicken Run.
Yeah, Chicken Run.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Look, it's a Klingon. That was a funny one.
Wasn't that guy Seth? What's his name? Seth. He's into
Seth Rogen? Seth Green?
No, Seth Green. I think he's into that stuff.
Yeah. Robot Chicken.
There you go.
Oh, they have a lot of good Star Wars Robot Chicken stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a really big Star Wars fan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, can he? sparkling, glowing.
Oh, you're talking about the fake. I found one finally, James. Took me a while
Yeah,
to
you know
find
what
it.
I'm talking about. Yeah,
The late night infomercial.
yeah, yeah. I think Mr. Beckham would like that.
And this I did, like I said, I did in my garage with the green screen, had a ring light, had a couple other lights, and you can kind of tell there's a little bit of a green spill, especially on my sleeve right there. But yeah, this is fun. I used to enjoy just doing dumb videos like this. These are boxes that you could buy. Let me just play it. Stop talking.
Yeah,
I am back with another great, grand, and glorious product just for you, my friends, you good people at home watching this. I got a question for you. And I feel since we've been spending some time together, I can ask you this question, even though it is a bit personal, and hopefully I'm not prying a wee bit much. But let me ask you this question. Is earwax buildup a problem for you? You wish you had squeaky clean ears. Who doesn't, right? Earwax is a problem for millions of people. I'm not left out. It's not an exclusive thing. Everybody has an issue with the earwax. We can try to take care of it the traditional ways with cotton swabs, but those can be painful. You know how many times I've jammed me out?
All right, Mom.
It's painful. Or you can reach for a home remedy kit, but these can be very messy and time consuming. What to do? I'm glad you asked that question. Introducing from Emma Dean, it is the home earwax candle making kit. That's right. You to clean out your earwax, but you can make candles out of it. How crafty!
and gross.
Do you realize that your ears are a gold mine of wax? Turn this problem into a profit. You can sell them at state fairs, flea markets.
Into a profit.
Or you can just
That's
give them as
funny.
gifts. Your ears produce 6 to 10 ounces of wax every single night. Put it to use. You might say, but candles, I don't know. Why would I want to make a candle out of that? People really enjoy getting candles. Most of the times, you get a candle like this from some of the shops. They're either very perfumey, woo, or they're very expensive, or both. But this way, with the earwax candle kit, you can make your own candles at home, saving you lots of money. But you can also make candles that carry the aroma of your friends and family. You can send candles to grandma so they can experience having the grandkids right there. What?
That's
How
gross.
great is that? If you're missing a loved one who's traveling abroad or away at school, you just light up one of the earwax candles. It's like they're in the room right next to you. And, look at these people here. They're enjoying a quiet, intimate moment made possible by clean ears. All you gotta do is put on the patented helmet. It collects the earwax into this canister, and it compresses it, and it comes with wicks. It's just so easy to use. You'd be a fool not to get one of these. But don't take my word for it. Ask these foreign people right here. I am so happy this product is out. Earwax is a very serious subject. We have a big problem with it up on the 4th floor, our geriatric unit, as well as in peds. And I'm glad that we have this. All of our floors have this available, and we actually use the candles in case of an emergency. We do. Thank you, Earwax Candle Kit. I'm almost kind of embarrassed to admit that I have this situation as well.
Nice.
But I understand
nice.
several Americans, as well as people up in Canada and other parts of the world, also deal with earwax. I got an earwax candle kit this year from my dispatcher for Christmas. Now I can take care of all that pesky earwax. And you know what? I hear a whole lot better now.
Check it out. And truck stops all around. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Why does a trucker have to have the mullet?
I can think of quite a few people in the music industry who need this. Obviously, they don't recognize my talents. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, all you producers and all you A&R people and people used to come and see me perform. You need to get the wax cleaned out of your ears because you don't recognize talent.
Yo, how's it going there? Our drummer was having trouble hearing us, so we got him this, the Earwax candle kit, so he can clean the goop out and hear what he's doing.
Oh, Lord.
Can't be a world-renowned band with a bad drummer now, can you? Can you? Perhaps you have someone in your life you think isn't paying attention to you. Perhaps they just need this.
You, Kelvin.
The Earwax candle kit. Dr. Phil does not approve of a lot of items, but this right here will do this good Texas boy proud. Even I have an overabundance of the earwax.
The earwax candle kit. Get yours now. Operators all standing by.
It was nice to see also Professor Calculus from Tintin in the end.
Don't forget to get your own candle kit today.
I don't want
that's
to.
okay.
I already
That was
already
awesome. That
have
was
wax.
great. That was some good stuff, man. That was
No, that's okay. I'm good. I don't need one. Wax
I
work.
already have wax.
Waxworks. There you go.
Yeah. I like
No,
it.
Dave, you can keep the candle. I'm good.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
How the hell did you get all those wigs?
There's a couple costume stores pretty close, and I had accumulated them and stuff, and then I go, oh, okay. But most of that, I would just kind of put things together and just had a rough idea what I wanted to do and just kind of ad-libbed the different things and just kind of spliced the footage together. And then I'd find images that I liked. I'd get them off Google and I'd put them into the computer as a background. And all that was filmed on a green background that was made out of green tablecloths that I got from the 99-cent store, duct taped to my wall, and some shop lights and a bunch of other stuff. So, but it did the job.
How did it feel to walk in dress for a day?
I didn't. It's just like I found like the nurses. I was wearing like a nurse's surgical top. I wasn't actually wearing a dress, and then I just had like a fancy shirt for that one lady, and I just threw it on, shot my bit, took it off, did another character. Just like I did all the characters like the same day. It was just like
I was wondering about that. Like, they should do that on the same day.
Yeah, did all on the same day. Had a rough outline of what I wanted to do, and I had key points I wanted to do. It's easier for me if I just have key points I want to hit and I can ad lib, then it makes it kind of seem more natural rather than following a fleshed out script. Unless I'm doing two characters talking to each other, then I kind of have to have something pretty close to a script to kind of work on the timing and stuff. So,
right, that's cool.
But it's it was fun. It was fun.
I could tell you were fun. I could tell.
Yeah, it was just like because I mean I've seen so many of those commercials late night TV. You're flipping through the channels if you're still awake and there's nothing on, and they're selling the Ronco set it and forget it rotisserie chicken thing and some other things. You got the QVC shopping network, and then the boxes that I did those videos with, I found at Walmart. They're selling them at Christmas time, and you put your gift in there. That's a company called Pranko that put those out.
Okay, I was like, okay, is that a legit boxes? I'm like,
yeah. So you put your shirt in there, but they do such a well job with the packaging where it actually looks like a product.
does.
So I'm like, this is awesome. And then I was making videos. I go, I could use these and do infomercials. First, it was just going to be me. Then I go, well, I need some people doing product testimonials. So that's when I just started doing all the different characters.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Well, this will be my first time I get up to walk and stretch. I've been here the whole time because of Mr. Beckham. This has been such an amazing day today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a sec.
Okay, take your time.
I'm just getting a cup of coffee real quick.
Oh,
That's
okay. I think he's probably going to go eat in about 5 minutes because I saw his mom said dinner's at 5:15.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
About 5 minutes. Yeah. It's about 10 after. So
it's just this week. It's just been so stressful and busy. So I'm sorry if I'm tired. I apologize.
Oh, it's all right. It's all good. We were just giving you a hard
Cinco de
time.
Mayo, everybody.
Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo.
I might have a couple of beers later. We'll see.
But things are dying down a little bit finally, so I'm like, good.
Oh, that's good.
I'm like, keep it that way so I can get my.
I've killed a lot of cereal in my day. Is that what you're talking about? Like Lucky Charms, Cocoa Puffs?
Are you talking about like Captain Crunch? I like Captain Crunch.
Yeah, I'm just having it is expensive. Let's talk about serial killers. No, it's all right. They already get glamorized enough by the media.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, there's a ton of podcasts. Matter of fact, I do that.
Yeah, there's plenty to choose from. Just
or you're still on Facebook Reels, and there are plenty of stuff on that already.
Yeah.
No, man, I didn't know, Dave, that you did that stuff. That's funny, man.
Yeah,
you posted on your. Do you have
looks like dinner's going to be delayed.
It's on my YouTube channel, so
yeah.
I'll have to follow you because I didn't even know you had one.
Yeah, I was doing that.
Drop the link to your show on the thing so I could follow you. It's easier if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Was this?
I didn't know you had your own channel.
Yeah, I actually have two channels. I did one, and then I just I don't know. I started another one to kind of go in a different direction.
And you kind of just mess around on there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was fun. Where are we at here?
I just went up to check on my mom. She's still cooking.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be 15-20 minutes later, so I can extend my stream a bit.
Well, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Cinco de Mayo.
And when I was going up the stairs, I had this idea pop in my head. And you know what? It wasn't a light bulb that went over my head. It was a green lightsaber. And you know what it is? Mr. Beckham, I have a proposal for you.
What's that?
You married
How
me?
would you like to do a Star Wars podcast with me?
Oof. I don't know. I'd have to start learning about more lore.
I think it would be cool if we did that together.
Yeah. Let me know.
Yeah, we could do it like maybe once a week or something if you want to. I thought it would be a cool idea.
Yeah.
And maybe we could have Paul Cass come up and he could talk about Star Wars with us.
Oh yeah, no. Him and Danny are not fans at all.
No, they're not?
No. Paul's into music. That's where you would get him at. You'd get Paul into the music stuff. He used to be, yeah. Paul's into music. He was in a band for a long time. He has.
wow.
When we do the show, I think he just got a drums. I think maybe a year ago he got a drum set, so he's learning how to play the drums.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
that's great. I like hearing that stuff. That's great.
So he used to be in a band, and then of course he has a family, and that kind of takes it away. Takes it away from that. But yeah, man, he's getting back into it. I don't know if he writes. You'd have to ask him. I don't know if he writes songs. He might do a little bit of writing and was playing around with this, creativeness of writing and then doing the guitar. But I do know he purchased the drum set. And I believe he was learning the drums. I believe.
That's awesome.
Uh-huh.
Good for him. Good.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I like that. Good music therapy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I sold my drum set about last October. I just bought it, and I was planning on playing it, and I was going to learn how to play it. And we were renting a house, and I had it all set up in the garage. And then the landlord says, "I'm going to sell all my properties and this and that." So we had like a couple months. Yeah, so I sold it. I mean, I just bought it the Christmas before, upgraded a bunch of stuff on it and stuff, and then ended up selling it for like half, probably about a third of what I had into it. So I was like, but I had nowhere to put it. I was like,
yeah, that's the thing. Like when my uncle passed, when I was talking earlier about where I found that Beatles book that sent it to James. He had a bunch of musical because he was a musician, right? He had a bunch of guitars and stuff, and I remember I had told Paul about it because we didn't know what to do with them, and the people that my aunt knew, his friends, they already have their own collection or whatever, and we didn't know what to do with a lot of that stuff. Man, I don't even know what happened to his stuff that he had. But yeah, it kind of sucks when you have to just get rid of your instruments, stuff like that.
Yeah,
it really sucks.
That does stink. What color was it, Dave?
it was metallic green. It was really cool because when the light would hit it, it would change colors from like green to blue to and some
awesome.
yellow tints. It was pretty cool.
Did you make any videos with it, like while you were trying to play, or did you have any?
I made a video of when I was just kind of listening for sale. But it was, see if I can find that.
Yeah, I like to see it if possible because it sounds beautiful.
It was a really nice set too. I was like, oh man.
Well, even
Star
though
Trekker said Paul Cast is into Nickelback. That's the joke. Yeah, that's the joke. Is he hates Nickelback.
Even though I know your real name, Mr. Beckham, you're always Mr. Beckham to me, and you always will be.
It. Thank
I'm
you.
so used to calling you that. I'm still gonna do it.
Let me guess. Your real name is David in the first name.
No, who, me? Oh no.
Are you a footballer? You play football?
No. American, yes, not soccer.
Yeah, this is just Here is my Sound Percussions Lab Unity 2 kit in a metallic pea green. And it's kind of prismatic. It kind of changes, has a nice metal flake, turns blue, green, kind of yellow.
It's a nice color.
Got a 10-inch tom, 12-inch tom, 14-inch snare, 18-inch floor tom, and it'll have the same green finish. I upgraded to, it comes with the throne. I upgraded to a Mapex double kick. And I also upgraded the cymbals to the Minel, and I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. This was a kit that I bought as a set to replace the ones that came with it that were garbage. 14-inch hi-hats.
That's awesome.
14-inch crash. 18-inch crash ride. And this is an old Sabian. I paid quite a bit for this. Medium heavy ride, 21-inch. I don't know if you make it out there or not. A 21-inch Sabian. It comes with the original single kick pedal. Also comes with a black 14-inch snare. I was filming with one hand. It was getting hard. Ludwig. I'm not sure now. Somebody took all the markings off it. I was going to use it as another tom and put it on a stand right here so I can come around. I had it kind of on a prop stand, but it worked well. So anyways, and I'm also throwing in what is that, 4 packs of sound percussion sticks along with These are the sticks that came with it. I've got another one just rolled away, and then also the hot rods. These are awesome. They sound good. You have power. They're lightweight, but they're not loud. Use these a lot in churches, places where you want something a little bit heavier than brushes, but not as loud as sticks. I think I paid like $30 for these. I mean, I was invested into learning how to play drums. I play guitar mostly, so my loss is somebody's gain. Hi-hat stand and a crash. You see it's got the SPL logo. But I bought some heavier duty double brace stands. I think is what they call those. Oh well.
Cool.
It was a nice kit. It was nice.
Yeah.
I was excited.
That's gorgeous. Sorry, I'm bummed that you had to get rid of it though.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Maybe
Show me your
maybe
guitar
down the
you
road.
got. Show me your brand new guitar you got, Dave.
Which one?
The new one that you got that you showed 2 weeks ago on my show.
Oh, the red one? Yeah, I got it right here. So Ibanez. I got my furry strap on there.
That's gorgeous.
My Chester Cheetah strap. So.
How long have you had that one?
I actually bought this secondhand. I've had it about a month now.
Okay.
And then this one I think I had this one about a year now.
Yeah, they are Dark Wizard. And I got your name right this time.
This is
what'd you call him?
I was always calling him Dark Wind.
Dark Wind.
Oh.
This is my PRS Paul Reed Smith. And it has birds in the neck.
Oh yeah.
And the color's pretty nice too. You can make it big, James. It's all right.
Oh, okay. All right.
You can see the detail of the neck.
Nice.
The mother of pearl birds in different
Mother of pearl birds.
angles of flight. And then the blue is pretty nice. It's shiny. You can see the reflection of my shelf with all my books and stuff
silver and
there.
blue together mixed as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like
Really
that.
nice. The lamb would love that.
Yeah. All right, you make me small. It's a nice guitar.
That's pretty cool.
My other ones I still have. I have a few. I kept. I think I have 10 guitars still. I got rid of a bunch of guitars and guitar projects when I moved as well. So I was, I don't know, somewhere between 35 and 40 guitars.
Wow.
But I just had nowhere to keep them. I had to get rid of some amps and cabinets and different things and stuff. Just no room to keep all this stuff. We really downsized. So.
And as Darth Vader said in The Empire Strikes Back, impressive. Most
thanks.
impressive.
Thanks, Dark Wizard. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, I'm getting hungry, and I promised my friends in Discord I go join them, and I'll see you later tonight on Royce. Kate.
All right.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
I want to
It's
thank
nice meeting you,
for being
Kate.
here today.
Nice meeting you,
Nice
Jorgen.
to meet you, Beckham.
And Mr. Beckham, thanks for being here. You're always welcome here, and so is Shelly. Anytime you want.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And as I say on my channel, Beatles forever. See you on the next one.
All right, take care, Dave.
May the Force be
Hey,
with
everybody.
you. And
Good seeing
Cinco de
you.
Mayo.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And we're out.
Yay. All right. Have a nice dinner and